Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Shane Crewman. I might be solo dolo tonight, so we will see. And on this season 6, episode 2, part 3, or part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is, of course, not tangibles, but it's always tangibles. But tonight is choosing Black empowerment over Black Friday. Then we got Black cosplayers commit suicide after racial harassment. How much should FBA receive for reparations? How Disney Magic sold Whiteness. Congolese Sista apologizes to Black America for Mama's gifted hand scandal. Why this keeps happening. FDMG, otherwise known as the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy for Boys, has never been vandalized. Umar stalling for time. Professor James Smalls apologizes. Them folks are complaining on immigrant fraud schemes, but they imported them to sabotage our labor. And then we got Black immigrants must take accountability for their role in helping them folks harm Black Americans. And last but certainly not least, we got the illegal migrant news, the unhoused neighbor news, and Denver and Aurora local news. And we have several things in the description. Make sure y'all check it out. I'm kind of pressed for time tonight, so I'm not going to go over all that, but y'all know if you read the description, all the links to our channels are in the description, and there's several GoFundMe's in the description as well. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything that you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human activity, or people activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say healthy nutrition. And when you, a Black person, are stopped by a race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee, comply, and defend yourself in court. And both of those quotes are from the great Neely Fuller Jr., or Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned back in February of this year of 2025 at the age of 95. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. That's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who too transitioned back in 2016, January of 2016. And I believe she was in her late 70s, early 80s when she transitioned. So make sure you rest in power as well. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. So I'm going to hop right into it with the first topic. The first topic is choosing Black empowerment over Black Friday. So our good brother, Professor Blacc 2, is going to give us an update on that. And if you haven't subscribed to Professor Blacc 2, what are you doing? I've been listening to him for over 10 years, and everything he said is coming to pass.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, and check and make sure the YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. One of the talking points that's become a staple of the Blacc Media message is that we abstain from taking part in elections unless there's someone or something on the ballot specifically for us. Time of year again, they say. Yes, it is. It's the time of year that totally and thoroughly derails most Black people's Black empowerment plans. You see, if you're not able to marshal your resources and you're not able to actually hold on to your money, then you're not going to be empowered at all. And it's just a fact that most of these holidays that come from the dominant society from your money. The day before Thanksgiving is usually the busiest retail shopping day of the year. Then the day after Thanksgiving is Black Friday. And tomorrow is going to be Cyber Monday. Oh yeah, they got it all lined up. They're telling you exactly what you need to do. Buy, buy, buy. People gain a lot of weight. And then there's Christmas too. And if you make it a point to partake in all of these things that the white media tells you to, then it's no surprise you're broke. And no, it is not your imagination that it seems as if all of these events are conspiring against you. That's because they are. Most of them have been co-opted by corporate America and are nothing more than just another advertisement for you to buy something from them. And that's the reason why there's so much hype. That's the reason why there's so much marketing behind it. That's the reason why they're constantly telling you, don't miss this, be part of the herd. And since Black people oversample when it comes to things like entertainment, I am not at all naive to the idea that Black folks can get swept up in the hype. The overeagerness is not organic necessity that's being satisfied. It's FOMO, fear of missing out. But where Black people are concerned, we're not afraid of missing a discount on some already overpriced crap from China. What we're afraid of is missing out on being part of the hype. It just goes to show how vacuous action that they get is standing in line at Best Buy with 100 other people who are just as desperate for meaning as they are. Now, of course, there is another side of that coin. Many people are there in hopes of scoring a discount on a TV or a computer or some other consumer electronics, toys for adults. And while they may not be as empty as the others, there's still, and let's be honest, 99% of Black Friday purchases have absolutely nothing to do with a business at all. Then you're buying it to impress other people, or worse, you're buying it so you can go ahead and distract yourself. And no, this is not just being picky for pickiness sake. If you're going to be empowered, you better start learning to discipline your dollar. Discipline means that you're not going to be throwing it hither, thither, and yon. It means that just because the white media tells you here's a sale, that doesn't mean that your wallet's supposed to open up. Black Friday sales are a ripoff anyway, and you didn't need me to tell you that. And you didn't have to wait until this year to figure that one out either. Stores have been playing the masses like a fiddle for years, playing them for suckers. As soon as corporate America figured out how huge a consistent money makes prices during the summer, lower them after school begins or in September, then raise them again in October, because that's when most people finally begin actually paying attention to prices in anticipation of Black Friday. And then around the beginning of November, they started announcing there's early Black Friday sales going on. Black Friday used to be a day, now it's a whole freaking month. But when you look at the prices, they're no different than they are. Discounts are fake. The money that you give them, well, that's 100% real. And I think that you ought to start feeling some kind of way about that. Getting jolly in the behind about giving somebody else your money, that has got to be the most addle-brain thing ever. Time to break the programming. Instead of having some white corporation put on a whole bunch of propaganda, advertisements, telling you that you need to buy this, you need to buy that, and you're going to miss out if you don't go and buy this now. Instead, you need to be focusing on what's really important. Don't be focusing on what consumer electronics you're going to be buying. Focus on getting your dollars stacked up for what you need to get in order to empower yourself. Many of you have already most likely bought gifts for your family and friends. And again, I ask why. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with buying gifts for family and friends, but I am asking, why did you do it now? Because on carpet bombing you with buy this, buy that, and you have to do it when they tell you to. And a lot of folks go right along with it. That's the power of repetition. You don't need corporate America to give you permission to give gifts to your loved ones, their birthday, or just because you care about them. That's good enough. In fact, the right thing to do is to buy that stuff not at the time that corporate America tells you, because that's when they raise the prices. But again, hype and marketing have it where it's a tradition now. It is the tradition. It's the culture. The advertisements and all the PR, it's actually a pressure campaign. They've made it socially inappropriate not to be buying gifts when they tell you to. And if you don't buy something when they tell you to, when they put out all this hype, now it's time for you to be buying for this occasion. If you decide that you're not going to do it, well, obviously that's because you don't care about other people, right? After all, everyone else is doing it. They're buying things because they're being generous. You, on the other hand, you're being stingy or otherwise tight-fisted because you don't buy those things when some corporation tells you to. Defying social convention isn't just about disengaging from things we didn't create. It's about far more than no longer being actually about is thinking and acting for yourself. That's the point. Every action you take must be motivated by you. As a wise man once said, we do not think our way to proper action, we act our way to proper thinking. You can think about doing something different all you want. That changes nothing. Do natural to you at first. In time, your mentality will adjust and change. It's like exercising regularly. You have to just resolve to start doing it, even though it's not going to feel right to you. And then you'll adjust to progression actually works. Look, it's just a fact. Whenever I see the white media or any white power at all telling me to do something or sitting here pushing something at me, that's how I know, okay, that's what I'm not going to do. And by the way, it's not just the holiday season that's used as a pitfall. They also do it when it comes to your tax return. They've already got that set up. Oh, you got some tax return money coming to return. Now you can go ahead and spend it over here at the store. We're having a sale. Oh, how fortuitous. Yeah, they got it down to a science. Because fleecing people, slashing their pockets, and keeping them in a perpetual state of destitution, that is white power's business. From the very beginning, this whole evil enterprise of white supremacy has been about monetizing its you create a system of oppression that's going to hang in there for the long haul. It's about more than just whether or not you can establish the upper hand. You got to get this machine to fuel itself. And if you've really got your oppression game on point, and you've made sure to put in the time to indoctrinate and condition the people that you're oppressing, those people you oppress, they're going to be taking part in it too. In fact, they'll be the main ones lining up with money they don't have just so they can hand it over to you. And when that happens, that means that effectively there is no opposition to your oppression. That's what that symbolizes. In fact, shut up and take our money. Yeah, there is no opposition now. They can grumble, but grumbling is not opposition. Opposition is when you show defiance. Opposition is when you refuse. Opposition is when you say, I won't. That's opposition. Your grumbles and gripes do not count as opposition. That's one of the sad lessons of the civil rights movement. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke pointed out, it wasn't so much a civil rights movement as it was a consumer rights movement. Black people marching, demonstrating, getting beaten up, having attack dogs turned on them, all because they're trying to integrate somebody else's lunch counter so you can give your hard-earned money to some moron, some racist puke who didn't look at Asian businesses, Jewish businesses. What they do is they make sure that they empower themselves. They're not trying to find new and inventive ways to their money to other people. That's the reason why when a dollar is in their community, it touches the hands of all the folks who were there in their community a bunch of times before it finally leaves. They don't just sit there and just spend it the moment they get it. Black folks, on the other hand, as soon as we get that dollar, it immediately leaves. In fact, it's practically gone before we get it. That's what we're thinking about. That's where that mentality comes from. Other folks, they spend their money with intent intention and foresight, but in too many cases, Black people have been practicing making a purchase as a chance for social validation, as an opportunity to escape from reality for a while. We're trying to do retail therapy and it doesn't work. Corporate America always has the propaganda going. You got to buy something for so-and-so. Just thumbs to people who you care about. Experiences are much more important than material items. But to us, for a lot of us, it represents an opportunity for somebody to show some gratitude. It's all about getting that psychological dopamine hit. There it is. Now I'm valued. Now it's been confirmed that this person cares about me because I show that I care about none of you. This is the time to strengthen your mental defenses, to rededicate yourself to the unbreakable principles of Black empowerment. How much money did you spend for Black Friday? You don't have to tell me, just think about it. How much are you planning to blow for Cyber Monday, and then Christmas, and then your income tax return, or spending that you're going to be doing for Super Bowl weekend? You know, if someone had asked how much you're planning to spend, would you be proud or embarrassed with that number? I'm not saying don't buy anything at all, ever, under any circumstances. What I'm saying is think before you do. Every single purchase you make, great or small, whether it's whimsical or whether that something is supposed to be you. Don't let some white company tell you that only by buying something from them can you show your loved ones that you care. Buying something, that's love. Love is not jumping when some white corporation tells you to. And no, love is not buying other people gifts. Love is being there for them. That's what love is. They can depend on you. They're damaged if you've been successfully indoctrinated to think of material items and only material items as the sole way to prove that you care about other people. And if you're not showing up with something, well, you didn't spend any money, where's my material goods? Well, that's because you just don't care. See, that kind of transactional thinking, that's what's supposed to happen when it happens when you're talking with other people outside the community when it comes time to talk about business. Then it's supposed to be quid pro quo, tit for tat, et cetera, et cetera. But Black folks got the game all backwards. We treat our ballot like it's a convent. We treat our wallet like it's a brothel. And that being the case, well, and I sincerely hope that you'll pardon my crude language, but for those who need to hear this message, I hope it's being the time of year that you get financially screwed. Black empowerment is not something that happens simply on the days that we remember our grandmaster teachers, freedom fighters, and heroes. Black empowerment is not just something that happens on the days when white supremacy has decided that it's going to go on a rampage. Black empowerment is not something that only happens on the days when we score a major blow or a minor one or a blow at all. Black empowerment is what you do every day. And the same goes for showing you care about people. It's not just something that you do on Thanksgiving it's something that you do all the time. You're much better off sending somebody a card or even a phone call. Make contact with them. Tell them how you feel about them. That's how you show you love somebody. And if the person comes up to you and says, well, where's my gift? That calls into question whether or not that person even loves you, if that's the first thing that they're thinking about. You should have brought me something. This is a time when it comes to drinking and driving, is a time of year when people are the most depressed. Suicides go up about this time of year. But most of all, people make very poor choices when it comes to their finances. This time of year is a very perilous one. And I'm telling you to get your focus is supposed to be on what you need to be doing to empower yourself. To hell with those sales, to hell with those consumer items. When it comes to your loved ones, you're supposed to be talking to them, spending time with them. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And that's far more important, and it's going to be far more valued than whatever it is that you picked up from Target, Best Buy, or Costco. Because merchandise is no substitute for a plug all of those holes in your relationship. And if you're trying to plug the hole in your own soul with something that you bought online or picked up at the store, then your problem is a heck of a lot bigger than whether or not somebody's going to be happy with what you purchased. and that includes yourself. The pro-shopping, or rather pro-irresponsible spending propaganda is about to kick into ultra-high gear. We're going to be seeing plenty of that obese white man running around saying, ones who actually got your heads on straight. You need to make sure that you don't let all of this impulse buying turn into impoverishment. Because for Black folks, that's what usually happens. The bank account is usually on E. And especially around this time of year, it's not hard to tell where the money went. And yeah, I know that people were expecting on Thursday that there was going to be a no Thanksgiving moment of truth, but about the holiday, even a dunk on it. It's just not that important. So I'll close out this evening address by saying that when it comes to your loved ones, the best gift that you can give them is the gift of you being there, spending time with them. That's more precious than anything you could buy, any sort of consumer electronics that you could give to them. Your being there comes to you, the gift you're supposed to give yourself. Now, that is something that actually can be purchased with money. We're talking about the gift of Black empowerment. That's what you're supposed to be giving yourself. Use your money to finally put in motion something that's going to empower you. And also make sure that your bank account isn't empty this time of year. That way, mean it. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Carl Miller, City Soapbox TV, Deep I 904, Reasonable Dude, and Andre Evans. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening.
Right on, Professor. The hell with these goddamn holidays. Save your money, Black family. Don't be spending money on just unnecessary bullcrap. If you really about Black empowerment, then so I agree wholeheartedly with what Professor said. Also, but none of these goddamn holidays. I barely celebrate my birthday. So keep that in mind as this holiday season rolls along. We must want us to go broke for what? To buy stuff for people that don't like us, can't stand us. No, like you said, spending time with your relatives, that's more valuable than going broke, buying gifts and all that nonsense. To hell with this Satan days. That's all I gotta say. I don't give a damn about no Santa Claus. I don't give a damn about none of that shit. So, and I haven't for a long time. I haven't celebrated these holidays in at least 10 years. I say more than that now, probably 12 years. It's the last time I celebrated any of these holidays. I devoted my life to be about Black empowerment. I meant that. And when I found out the true history of these damn holidays, I said, the hell with all of that. So, moving along, we had a Black cosplayer commit suicide after racial harassment. So I give Professor Blacc Truth. I give Professor Blacc Truth.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Anyone who listens to me knows that I have nothing but unbridled, unabashed contempt for the white, and that contempt for the white media also extends to the dominant society who eats that crap up like so many hogs at the slop trough. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it if you happen to like that kind of thing, but I'm telling you where I stand on this, and this is the reason why I have nothing but contempt for it and don't like it. So sorry, not sorry, but I simply cannot separate the media that I'm supposed to be expected to consume other individuals who happen to also consume it. Brother Tarian Rain has already done a video on this subject, and it's well worth watching if you haven't. Here's my 2 cents, though. Nobody should be a mindless limb and turn their brain off and just simply let the white media dump whatever it wants into your head, because the eyes are the windows to the soul. But keep in mind, that window goes both ways. Not only can people see what's going on in your mind, but you give other people the ability to contaminate yours. That's what happens if you sit there and watch too much of that stuff that the white media puts on is somehow real, or at least it's valid on some level, and it's not. As a result of watching too much white media content, there's a lot of black folks who come to believe that they can find common ground with white supremacy and its beneficiaries through some sort of shared love of, well, fill in the blank. Some hobby or activity or some area of mutual interest. These same black folks get shocked and surprised when the people they wanted to be friends with act like, well, the same way they've acted for 500 plus years. Malcolm X talked about that. He talked about how everything that society puts in front of you that didn't come from the black community is nothing more than weapons to be used against your mind. Everything from cartoons to comic books to you name it. And he was right. This is the reason why it's dangerous for you to just be mindlessly consuming TV shows and movies where they depict a deracinated colorblind society. And a lot of black folks want to believe that, but the reality is these TV shows are about the only places where you see dramatizations of white society not acting racist. And because there's so many TV shows and so many movies that too many black people watch, see. And next thing you know, you got these people who are just adamantly insistent that they've got something in common with the dominant society, but that's never how the dominant society sees it. And that brings us to the case of Ashley Paxton, who was known online as Squid Kid 1111. Clearly, she was heavy into those Japanese cartoons and liked to dress up as her favorite anime characters. But it can be dangerous when black people take on this idea of community when dealing with people from the dominant society. That's a dangerous delusion that black people simply cannot afford. Before I go any farther, though, I don't want anyone thinking that this is an attack. It's not. But I think it's worth mentioning that while reading up on this incident, this young woman who was a cosplayer, I couldn't help but notice that the social them, those were the pronouns, preferred pronouns, I suppose, that they referred to her by, and I have to wonder if that's what she said she wanted to be referred to as. If so, well, I do consider that to be interesting. Get through to those who consider themselves to be part of geek culture. If you're a black person who's done that kind of thing, you need to be aware of what kind of company you've chosen to keep. These individuals from the dominant society who happen to be part of the quote-unquote hobby or whatever pastime it is that you're liking, these people didn't come from a foreign planet, okay? They didn't drop down from the sky. These are the descendants of the exact same racists and bigots who have been attacking and oppressing us since time immemorial. That's the reasons in recent years, and that's mainly because for the longest time they thought to themselves that apparently the culture of the world was basically their oyster. It was their personal property as they saw it. And these clowns have some sort of affinity for Japan, mainly because they usually respect those kind of countries that they were not able to necessarily dominate. And Japan made them very jealous for a variety of reasons. Therefore, you hear, when it came time to talk about blackface, I made sure to throw in those Asian countries in specific. That was deliberate. And so was the takedown that I did of a video game, one of those Resident Evil games over 10 years ago, letting black folks know these people in Japan are just as anti-black racist as anything for racist as hell against black people. Nonetheless, you still got black characters who are showing up, and in many cases, they're not being lampooned or otherwise ridiculous. Now, for white society, that sets a dangerous precedent. And as a result, what happens is, or on this or that video game or this or that movie, who are not being lampooned, who are not being blatantly, openly disrespected, as far as they're concerned, no. We can't have like 50% respectful representation. It's going to have to be 100% or nothing. And that makes them insecure. It makes them insecure precisely because black people have supremacy. And the enemy knows it. So that's the reason why you see these people getting butthurt about people online who are dressing up as some sort of anime character. And these black folks are not running around doing any sort of yellow face or anything like that. They're black as my shoe. They're just dressed up in different costumes. Don't get up in arms about it. They're not sitting here going, how dare you? The people who make these things, they're not offended. So why is it you have these white people who are trying to be offended on their behalf? The reality is, as soon as they see black people, that's what they're offended by. The only people whining and complaining happen to be these white geeks. The usual anti-black racists are whining. And that's when geeks go insane over fictional characters and fictional worlds. Brother Tariq said it best. It's because they don't have any real heroes. We do. They don't have heroes. All they've got are slave owners, thieves, and genocidal maniacs. That's why I don't see these idiots dressing up as Thomas Jefferson. So what happened was white society had to manufacture heroes. They had to invent them. That's why Luke Skywalker is a kid. Didn't have any sort of respect-worthy or decent individuals in their own ancestry, in their own history. They can't point to their culture and say, hey, here are the good guys here. Instead, all they got are a bunch of killers and cutthroats, just like themselves. Individuals whose entire existences were dedicated to nothing but stealing from everyone else and contributing absolutely nothing. Now, black people, on the other hand, specifically foundational black Americans, you look at our culture and you look at the heroes and sheroes that we gave rise to. Freedom fighters, individuals who breathe new meaning and common decency into the veins of human civilization, respected around the world for decency, for doing what's right. There's no slave owners and thieves and genocidal maniacs among our ranks. We got the good guys. And for a lot of these white geeks, their problem is they know what's true. Our heroes really exist. Theirs are figments of some black racists lose every time, and they know that. And they're terrified that the same way the world acknowledges our greatness, albeit reluctantly, they know the rest of the world also recognizes we are the pulse of the culture, every culture. These are all a bunch of zombies running around until we show up and bring to life. We know that black people take over spaces because we have the pulse that comes from all of these anti-black racists. That's the reason why no matter what it is, no matter what the subject is, no matter what the setting is, they always have to shoehorn some anti-black rhetoric in there somehow because they are obsessed with hating us. That's what happens when you're insecure. These forms of media, from anime to manga to movies, they don't belong to any of these white racist nerds, and yet what they're terrified of is that when black, and before you know it, we become the face of whatever this or that subculture is. Or that subculture changes to at least become more like us. See, that's the problem that all of these white nerds have got. They have this delusion that somehow they like to tell themselves, well, we would basically be worshipped over there. And sure, the Japanese definitely have a problem when it comes to bowing down to these white supremacists, but these racist white geeks have an even bigger problem with subculture. These are the same races, by the way, who claim that they don't like race-swapped characters, but when a white kid was cast as the lead in that Avatar: The Last Airbender movie, they didn't get bothered at all by that. When Scarlett Johansson was cast as a Japanese woman in Ghost of the Shell, they didn't have any problems with that either. And the reason why that should be me, I could be Japanese too if I really try hard enough. And don't get me started on Tom Cruise as the Last Samurai or Matt Damon in Ancient China. These white fantasies of some white guy as a samurai, that crap never happened. Samurai, that did happen. And it eats these white supremacists alive. So they have to try to create their own make-believe and take refuge inside of it. As these racist white nerds see it, every time that black people are shown in a way that is not derogatory or otherwise denigrating us, then that's a problem. That's them taking an L. They took a loss. They took a defeat and thoroughly out of power. 100% control, or they're 100% defeated. So that's where all this whining and griping and complaining is coming from. They demand that Black people, understandable, these racist white nerds have a lot to be insecure about. Oh, but I think things are going to turn around because Ben Shapiro, is trying to make his own Lord of the Rings. I'm not kidding. I'm not making that up. That's what Ben Shapiro decided to go all in on. This is end stage stupidity here. This is Lord of the Rings, all right. Lord of the Borings. And how much support is this, whatever the hell this is, getting from Ben Shapiro's own little fan base? Well, not much. He's got millions of people have watched the trailer for this dreck. And yet it's only a little over 800 people who decided they would actually give a thumbs up to it. So out of millions of potential people who could have seen this thing, less than 1,000 said that they liked it. And that's supposed to be his base, his supporters. We got the Temu version of Fox News trying to make the Temu version of Game of Thrones. That's what this is. This is just more white male fantasy wish fulfillment. It won't work for the same Ben Shapiro who I told you made that god-awful so-called Western with Gina Carano, who at the time was fresh off being fired by Disney after she compared conservatives to Holocaust victims. That abomination that he made with her, it was nothing more than a PR stunt, a cheap little stunt to get some quick and easy attention for his website and to drive some more subscription numbers, which is what he did. And clearly Gina Carano didn't like the experience because she had been back. And the kind of lost soul who would actually watch something from Ben Shapiro, this is suicide. Their actions are motivated by their hatred for us, while ours are motivated by expressing our own unequal genius. They're terrified anytime they see Black people having any sort of prominence, and they go after anyone and everyone else in the hopes that this will stop it from spreading. For example, the movie Sinners dominated at the box office. The director of Sinners, Ryan Coogler, was being attacked by the white media because with his deal for Sinners, he actually gets the rights to it back after a few years, so the studio doesn't get to keep it. And that made them furious. Apparently, as far as the white media is concerned, only George Lucas is supposed to be able to get deals like that. Ain't no Black filmmaker ever supposed to get a deal like that. Well, the movie Sinners dominated at the box office during its run. In fact, it did so well that it was going toe-to-toe with one of those Marvel movies when it came out. And yet I noticed that Ben Shapiro didn't even attack that movie. He instead ignored it. Not by them admitting defeat. They're never going to do that. But you'll know they're beaten by the sound of their silence. The success of Sinners crushed Ben Shapiro's narrative, and he knew it. He couldn't even afford attacking. It's number one at the box office. And it's going neck and neck with a $200 million Disney flick with an all-white cast. So much for get woke, go broke, huh? These stupid memes and slogans that these anti-Black racists come up with is nothing more than weapons-grade cope. The real world consists of zeros and ones. The racist clowns who try to make everything from entertainment to education into a stage to attack us, pun intended. These people have us on the brain 24/7. They obsess over us, they fixate on us, they think about us when they're making tuna casserole. Whenever these people are driving in traffic, that's probably the reason why they have so many accidents. If they thought less about Black folks and concentrated more on the road, they'd be okay. For hundreds of years, they've been indoctrinated with the lie that somehow they're special. And that's their place in the world. And yet we, the people they spent half a millennium saying are worthless, and nobody likes us, nobody wants to be like us, we're the ones that they keep having to emulate. We're the ones who they keep having to copy and follow, and who they wish that they could be. That's not just wrong to them, it's infuriating. That's the reason why they want to kill Black folks. Like, we're not supposed to want to be you. They tell the world needs white supremacy. We prove that it doesn't. Our greatness, our success invalidates all their delusions of white superiority were lies. We keep reminding them of that simply by being ourselves. We don't attack them. We don't malign them. We don't have to. They constantly attack us because they need to. to. They need to confirm that they exist. Why is it that the mere sight of a black person doing cosplay, that just made these guys lose their minds? Why did that happen? Well, the reason happens to be these anti-black racists are zombies. No, they're worse than zombies. The reason that they hate the sight of us life, when they look at themselves, they don't see anything at all. We remind them of that. And what do you call a creature that doesn't see anything when it looks in the mirror? What do you call that creature? You call it a vampire. And is that not exactly what it is that they've been doing, culture vulturing off of us? And the reason we call that mess out and we'll continue to call it out is these are the people who have made an entire culture out of attacking us, out of it's bad or it shouldn't exist. Every form of music that we've created has been attacked, from ragtime to hip-hop. They do it over and over again. And that's the reason why as soon as we see these folks trying to pretend as, oh, well, can I play too? Oh, no, you guys told everybody that what we did was wrong, what we did was bad and shouldn't exist. And you maligned us and denigrated us and you ridicule everything that we're doing. So you go ahead and stay over there, with the people who think that they're being envied. Meanwhile, we'll continue letting the unassailable greatness of blackness speak for itself. See, that's the difference between us and these racist geeks, these white lies, and try to force everybody to tell them that they're great. Black folks, on the other hand, we let other people sing our praises. We ain't got to beat our chest. Everybody else confirms it for us. And sure, they may do it through gritted teeth, but that. I also get that entertainment cannot be gatekept. So just because you like a TV show or a movie, keep in mind, there's no way of keeping these anti-black trash out of it. What I'm telling you to do is to not let your being a fan of something morph into desire white acceptance. Too many black people, that's kind of an unspoken goal they've got whenever they go into these things. Go by white society. Hey, I'm here and they didn't kick me out, so I can pretend as if these people aren't racist as hell, at least until it's time for me to leave and go back to the real world. Obviously, this young woman was clearly vulnerable to the kind of targeted harassment that she was experiencing, and that makes this doubly perilous. Escapism is fine. That's normal. But when people begin taking their escapism seriously, that is not okay. Nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. So please, fan chat room of this or that TV show or movie that you engage in, please don't go kidding yourself that apparently you found some sort of bubble, one that white supremacy has not and cannot penetrate. You'll be sadly mistaken. Show you that it was all a lie all along. These anti-black racists see everything as being their own personal property because they're not used to anyone telling them no. They're used to having it all their own way. What they've found, especially with foundational black Americans, is the first time never goes their way ever again. They know that. A lot of black folks take that for granted. A lot of black folks tend to forget that, especially if they hang around these guys too long. They start believing that propaganda that they see in these fictional TV shows. Oh, there's no racism here. Well, except for all the racism, that is. I'm not going to say that you should do what I've done and basically completely and thoroughly disconnect yourself. But what I will say is this. You need to be aware of what kind of people are actually watching these shows along with you and what it is that they really think. Your self-image, your self-esteem should never come from or even be influenced by to turn whatever kind of fare that they put in front of you, books to TV shows to movies to what have you. Don't allow those kind of things to become what the white media can use as a gateway drug to try to get you hooked on the dominant society's acceptance. First of all, there's no all. Even if you wanted it, you can't get it. And third, even if you could, how far would it get you? Look, as long as it does not denigrate denigrate or otherwise try to make fools out of Black people or our image, well, if you like it, I guess you like it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm not trying to have that as other folks who happen to be in the same space that you're in. Because while you may be looking at this as merely entertainment, they're looking at it as nothing more than a race war. And you don't want for yourself to become the next casualty. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take over Christopher Ellis, Bruce Cox, and Alan Reese. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, Professor. Yep, Professor Black Truth is dead on. Correct with everything he said. RIP to the sister. We have no friends. Even in these little gaming communities and these little cosplay communities, you have no friends. The people are supremacists, period. And now let it be known. These gamers are racist as hell. I have a little story to tell. There was a time where I was kind of like a nerd, and I used to play like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. And these mugs I used to play against, mainly practice, and they was where I almost got to discuss with these mugs for their racist white supremacy. They always some racist ass shit. But I never see them as no damn community, and I never see them as a friend trying to, keep myself active and out of trouble. So I thought, okay, I'll start playing these little games. Started in high school. We used to play at like lunchtime or whatever, and then we started going to like little tournaments and shit. Me and my $5 Indian friend at the time, Brian, and he's the one that got me hooked on that shit, or got me into that so-called community. And them was racist as hell. Said it back then, I still continue to say it now. So I never seen no camaraderie with them mugs. I just like beat, but I never lost focus of that. Hey, I'm a Black man in America. These mugs, they hate me. They want to be just like me, but they hate me. I never seen them as like no friend or none of that shit. It was just something to do at the time. So, Mr. Black Truth is right about everything he said. These people are no good. And they get mad because they have no heroes. They're heroes. They have no heroes. The people that they stand from is a bunch of goddamn crooks and criminals. Yeah, they get mad when they see us come through and we dress like their favorite character or whatever. Or we're better at the game than they are. Of course they get mad. We don't give a damn. We Black first, no matter what. So that's my take on that. All right, so moving along. How much more? So actually, that's the pressure to sister, friends and family. Condolences to them. Their daughter, their niece, their cousin, or whatever, didn't have to kill herself behind these racist white supremacists being mad because they cosplaying as their favorite character. So moving along, how much should FBA receive? Reparations come is going to give us an update on that. Now here on this platform, we've been saying for the longest, $100 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2025, going into 2026. That's where our amount is, but Tony Verity and others have said about 14 or 20 trillion. Shout out to Church of Black Power. He's starting to say 100, saying 100 trillion. So it's damn near we started. Yeah, $100 trillion. You know, it's 906 trillion that's originally owed.
If this message speaks to you, don't just like it, pass it on. This don't always reach everyone they should. Thank you and enjoy.
Do foundational Black Americans deserve reparations?
Before I start this copyright disclaimer on this section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 allows to make for fair use for purposes of teaching, scholarship, and research.
If yes, what would it look like? To determine our Americans, if the United States has unlimited funds, we must consider first the historical legal claims, starting from the legal beginning of the claim, for example, 1865 after slavery was abolished, but including violations such as black codes, Jim Crow, redlining, and Sista.
B1 salute, twin. Yeah, I was wondering where you was at. I was wondering where everybody's at. Everyone must be asleep right now or something. But I just went over choosing Black empowerment over Black Friday. Black Cosplayer commits suicide. Cut the goddamn check. How much should the FBA receive for reparations? This is from Until Reparations Comes. Shout out to Michael Pan. He's the one that told me about this channel. Hey, okay, yeah. I have to sleep over here. It's all good. Thank you for tapping in.
Calculation. There are multiple variables, including lost wages from slavery, wealth disadvantages for systemic discrimination. We then calculate with the number of eligible recipients based on the foundational Black American population. Step 1. Key estimates for total reparations. Several studies have attempted to estimate reparations, unpaid wages from slavery, starting in 1865. The total enslaved labor value, calculated by economists, ranges from 20 to 97. This is based on 4 to 5 million enslaved people in 1865. The racial wealth gap is largely a result of policies that excluded Black Americans from wealth accumulation. The average white family's wealth is approximately $900,000, while the average Black family's wealth, 40 million Black Americans, would cost between 13 and 14 trillion dollars. 40 acres and a mule, which refers to land each freedman was promised 40 acres, was denied. An estimated 44 million acres are owed, valued at around $1.5 trillion today, from Social Security benefits and targeted economic oppression. Some estimates add $10 to $15 trillion for these damages. Total reparations estimate. Combining these methods, the low end is $14 trillion, focusing on the wealth gap alone, and the high end exceeds $97 trillion, accounting for the full value of lost labor plus damages. Foundation of Black Americans is approximately 40 million, a conservative estimate based on United States Census data, per person payouts. The low estimate of $14 trillion total results in $350,000 per person. The high estimate of $97 trillion total results in $2.4 million per person, including land, which adds around $1.5 trillion per person. Step 3. Realistic payment models. If unlimited money was available, payouts could be structured as lump sum payments, direct $350,000 to $2.4 million per person. Trust fund model, paid over 20 to 30 years. Wealth building programs, free education, home grants, business providing land, businesses, and property. The realistic minimum is $350,000 per person, totaling around $14 trillion. Full compensation would be $2.4 million per person, totaling approximately $97 trillion per person, totaling around $1.5 trillion more. In an unlimited money scenario, the maximum owed could be close to $100 trillion, but a more practical, historically sound figure is around $14 to $20 trillion to close the wealth gap and compensate for direct damages. In the next video we uses, please comment on what you've seen today. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for joining us on Until Reparations Comes. To reconcile the potential cost of reparations for FBA, which could be up to $97 trillion, with the current U.S. financial reality, we need to analyze how such a program could be structured without causing. Can the U.S. afford reparations? The U.S. national debt is over $36 trillion, and the annual federal budget is about $7.3 trillion. Paying even the low-end estimate of $14 trillion in one lump sum would be nearly impossible within the current budget. However, governments do not operate like how. Ways the U.S. finances large expenditures include debt issuance, such as for war spending, COVID-19 relief, and bank bailouts, tax adjustments like a progressive wealth tax or a corporate reparations tax, reallocation of spending by reducing unnecessary military or corporate subsidies, and investment in reparations as economic stimulus, which could boost. Historical precedents for large government spending show that the U.S. has spent more on other programs. For example, COVID-19 relief from 2020 to 2022 cost between $5 and $6 trillion. The New Deal in the 1930s and 40s would cost $50 trillion in modern terms. And the 2008 financial bailout, including TARP and Federal Reserve actions, totaled $16 trillion. If America can afford trillions for wars and corporate bailouts, it can afford in a way that does not trigger inflation or economic instability. Practical strategies for funding reparations. Instead of a one-time $97 trillion payment, reparations could be structured as a long-term investment through various mechanisms. Multi-year payments model. Spread payments over 25 to 50 years to ease the burden. For example, $94 trillion per year. This is similar in scale to Social Security, which costs $1.5 trillion per year. The U.S. government could create a reparations trust fund that invests in FBA communities, businesses, and education. This would be managed like the Social Security Trust Fund. C. Direct wealth redistribution programs, home ownership grants, education and debt cancellation, full tuition and student loan relief for FBAs, tax exemptions for FBAs, temporarily eliminate federal taxes for eligible recipients. Reparations-focused taxation, wealth tax on corporations benefiting from slavery. Some banks, insurance companies, and corporations that portion of reparations. A state tax reform for reparations. The wealthiest Americans benefit from generational wealth that was denied to FBAs. Adjusting the estate tax for high net worth individuals could help fund reparations. With this providing reparations boosts FBA purchasing power, homeownership, and entrepreneurship, which grows the economy. Precedent from economic stimulus. Government stimulus like COVID-19 relief increases economic activity rather than payments over decades avoids inflationary risks. The bottom line. Yes, America has financial constraints. Yes, reparations are historically justified and feasible with structured payments. No term investment, not just as a payout. In the next video, we will talk about what and how reparations could look. Please comment on what you've seen today. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for joining us. Until reparations comes. A structured 50-year reparations implementation plan ensures an organized and effective district plan is divided into 3 key phases. This would ensure that the impact is sustainable and long-term. The focus will be on establishing necessary infrastructure, providing immediate economic relief, and beginning systemic reforms. Key action number 1. Create a financial institution to manage reparations. Initial funding, $1 to $3 trillion from corporate reparations tax, treasury bonds, and wealth tax. Structured investment in Black-owned banks and financial institutions to prevent wealth extraction. Key action number 2. Immediate direct payments and financial relief. Initially, $100,000 to $150,000 lump sum payments for eligible FBAs. Debt relief. Complete student loan forgiveness for FBAs. Mortgage and predatory loan buyouts for victims of housing discrimination. Key action number 3. Homeownership and land redistribution. Launch 40 acres land program with government-backed grants. Provide zero-interest home loans for home land grants for families impacted by historical land theft. Key action number 4. Business development and economic growth initiatives. $100 billion allocated to support Black business incubators and low-interest business loans. Federal contract prioritization for FBA-owned businesses. Establish key action number 5. Criminal justice and social reforms, automatic expungement of nonviolent criminal records for FBAs, compensation for mass incarceration survivors, payments of $50,000 per year for those wrongfully imprisoned. Action number 6. Education and workforce development, immediate student loan debt cancellation for FBAs, tuition-free college, vocational training, and workforce development programs. $50 billion investment in HBCUs for infrastructure expansion and scholarship programs. Key action number 7. Healthcare and social services expansion. Universal free healthcare for FDMG. Launch of Black Maternal Health Initiative to reduce childbirth disparities. The focus. Long-term investment in wealth-building programs and institutional transformation. Key actions. 1. $50,000 to $100,000 per year per eligible FBA in structured installments, funded by progressive wealth. Scaling up home ownership and land ownership. Ensure 75% home ownership rate in Black communities through targeted grants. Expand FBA-led real estate investment trusts to prevent land loss and gentrification. 3. Corporate and private industries, finance, insurance, tech, real estate, federal contract priority for Black-owned businesses, implementation of anti-discrimination economic policies to sustain progress. 4. Development Fund to $500 billion. Scale up Black banking and financial institutions to ensure capital stays within FBA communities. Implementation of tax-free financial zones for high-growth Black business sectors. 5. Education and workforce transformation. $250 billion investment in HBCUs to expand programs and research, vocare and AI, guaranteed employment pipelines for Black graduates in key industries, 6. Healthcare and infrastructure expansion. $500 billion in hospital and healthcare investments for Black majority communities. Development of specialized Black medical research centers to address racial health disparities. Black mental health fund. Phase 3, which spans over 15 years and beyond, focuses on ensuring reparations benefits are protected for future generations and securing Black economic sovereignty. Key actions include, first, the Reparations Trust Fund becomes a permanent institution with generational wealth building programs to ensure long-term benefits and financial education initiatives for sustainable wealth management. Second, a $10 trillion investment in Africa and Caribbean partnerships will foster trade and economic ties. This includes the development of Black-controlled export-import networks and the establishment of the African Diaspora Economic Alliance to create will protect reparations gains from being repealed. Legislation will ensure long-term Black wealth security and protection against predatory policies, with guaranteed representation of foundational Black Americans in major political and financial institutions. Lastly, nationwide policy and economic discrimination laws. Black-owned financial institutions will be established to issue reparations-backed loans, and tax exemptions will be implemented for generational wealth transfers within foundational Black American families. The elimination of the racial wealth gap, securing economic independence for foundational Black Americans, and Black financial institutions controlling over $10 trillion in assets. Generational wealth will be protected through constitutional reforms, and corporate accountability and reparations will be enshrined in law. The impact on a reparations implementation plan. A $100 trillion reparations plan over 50 years is a major investment in correcting historical injustices. While concerns about economic impact and taxation exist, this structured approach ensures that reparations do not overburden middle and low-income Americans, but instead stimulate economic include no direct increase in income taxes on middle and lower-class Americans. Ultra-wealthy individuals, those with a net worth over $50 million, will contribute a small wealth tax. Fortune 500 companies will pay a 1% reparations tax, a fraction of what many already receive in corporate tax breaks. Government, additionally, redirecting military and prison spending into reparations funding will be pivotal. Economic growth will lead to increased tax revenue, reducing dependence on higher taxes. In conclusion, the 50-year implementation strategy ensures that reparations are not just financial transfers, but a full-scale restructuring of economic, social, by phasing investments, protections, and economic development. The plan avoids economic instability and creates a self-sustaining Black economy. If you are interested, we can create content focusing on why these measures will not affect American taxpayers. If this meant anything to you or you have questions, please, reparations comes.
If you're still here, thank you for hanging out this long. Please hit the like and subscribe button and click on the notification bell so that I can bring you more content like this.
Soul magic, yet some of that magic drew a color line. Some of their very early cartoons.
All right, so dollars. Did we call it? Did we call it, or did we not call it? $100 trillion. It's past. It's old. The foundation of Black Americans is in the summer of child slavery freedmen, people that built this country. So we're going to continue to push the envelope, push the needle, and bang that drum for tangibles, i.e. reparations, direct lineage cash payments for American freedmen. So in other news, we had a history of Disney and their blackface, and with blackface. So our boy Country Boy gonna give us an update on that.
Cartoons was based on blackface measure was at the center, and who was the punchline. So join us today while we talk about the dark history of Disney magic. I'm your host, Country Boy. This is One My Black History. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at one. Early American cartoons borrowed straight from blackface minstrel shows. The stage tricks slid directly into ink and paint. Even the music carried it. In 1928, Mickey plays Turkey in the Straw, once known as Old Zip Coon, a minstrel favorite. People laughed, but the laughs sat on an old wound. Through the early 30s, the same gag will repeat. A light character explodes dark. In 1933, Mickey's melodrama puts it right on the nose. Mickey and friends stage Uncle Tom's Cabin, and Mickey blackens his face with the firecracker to get ready. And this continued with other cartoons. In Fantasia, a black faces. In Dumbo, the crows speak in minstrel code. In Peter Pan, a song asks, what made the red man red? Piece by piece, the screen taught who was central and who was invisible. The Song of the South in 1946. It was part live action, part animation. It set a soft story of Reconstruction, but it played like a dream of an old Southern plantation. Cheerful workers, limited problems, no beatings, and no chains. The NAA has and carries dangerous stereotypes. The American Council on Race Relations raised red flags. Even the Hayes office urged Disney to consult responsible Negro authorities. Black leaders spoke out. Walter White of the NAACP pressed filmmakers to bring in qualified reviewers to catch false images. Ebony ran a full-page critique calling the movie lily white propaganda that pushed Uncle Tomism. Disney, with suggestions for dignity, were ignored. He then warned the black public. Screenwriter Morris Ralph tried to add spine to the script with lines like Uncle Remus saying, I am a free man, but left when the direction backslid. There were protests in cities like New York, LA, San Francisco, and Boston. Signs read, "We murderers' minds." Segregation even kept the black cast from the Atlanta premiere. Major reviewers called it a travesty of the Old South, and for decades, Disney kept the film off U.S. home video. And today, it's still not on any streaming service. The debate never really stopped, and that we were saying in Rethink films like Song of the South. All of this brought us to the opening of Disneyland in 1955. It opened with the promise to all who come to this happy place. Walt said that this was not just pony rides. He wanted kids to match that mission, cast the brand as a trusted teacher of good patriotic values. And this fit the post-war movement when America was redefining itself. Films and parks leaned hard on trust. Innocence can be a filter. And to sell the Magic Kingdom, the rough parts had to be scrubbed away. Critics called it dystory. Disney plus distorted history. A early brochure even bragged, in Disneyland, you'll see yesterday, Joyce put a bright light on a white middle-class America and dimmed everyone else. Black faces were slow to appear, and when they did, they rarely spoke. Main Street USA and Frontierland let the company frame heritage on its own terms. Years later, Epcot, the American adventure, spanned 4 centuries and only had a handful of Black figures. The message was clear. The nation, and there was politics behind Disney's polish. Public records showed that Walt kept friendly relations with the FBI. The Bureau got access to the studio and at times input on how innocence helped sell America's patriotic image. Yet, inside the studio, there were some firsts. Animator Floyd Norman worked on features in the late 50s and early 60s. He's often named as Disney's first Black animator. He said, but the first isn't fixed. And on-screen patterns were slow to move. In the early 90s, protesters pushed for change to ugly lyrics in Aladdin, and Dumbos, Crows, and Peter Pan stereotypes continue to remain sore points. In the 2000s, pressure continued to mount. Scholars mapped history, and fans and parents spoke up. The company responded instead, Princess in The Princess and the Frog. It was a milestone with debate. Why did Tiana spend so much time as a frog? And why did early designs echo old Black stereotypes? Even so, later films like Moana and Soul pushed broader cast and question side by side. In 2020, Disney added content advisories to older films on its platform. These works include negative depictions and mistreatment. The stereotypes were wrong then and they're wrong now, but the film stayed up to continue to spark conversation. The park shifted to rides once themed to the Song of the South were rethemed to Tiana's World, and Zippity Doodah tied to that film has been pulled from the park's music loops. These choices don't rewrite the past, but they aim for a better future. So why did all of this happen? Well, that's heavy and simple. Minstrel was America's big stage form in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Its rhythm, the pictures soaked into vaudeville, sheet music. In that river, it just swam in it. And a leader like Disney helped set the water level. For Black audiences, the screen taught you would joke, the surf fall. Watch it long enough, and that story starts to feel like truth. And it defines how people treat you in the real world. So why does any of this still matter? Cartoons aren't just cartoons. They are school after school. They teach who belongs, who's funny, who's dangerous, who's silent. And when we ask for more from it, we can enjoy the music, the artistry, and the memories, and still tell the truth about the color line behind the Disney magic. Love the craft, label the harm, and ask for a better tomorrow. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy. This has been One Mic Black History, and this has been the questionable story. Stories like this at OneMicHistory.com. I'd like to thank all my financial contributors. Without you, none of this could be possible. Thank you all. Peace.
They broke. We can't. Black people, we are so self-hating, so self-destructive. They broke a window, brothers and sisters. Come back. We got to cover them back up. Investigation is pending. They broke the window. Y'all see that? See that? window, brothers. They broke window. Somebody rocked through the window. They threw a rock through the window, brothers and sisters. They threw a rock through the window. All the money we paid to get this done, and we got people sabotaging, brothers and sisters. I want y'all to rock, brothers and sisters. So we covering the windows back up. We got the good brothers out here. We're going to cover the windows back up, brothers and sisters. We are black people who don't want to see us succeed. And we start a new year. Vandalism has begun. At the Frederick Douglass High School, we haven't had anybody vandalizing the school for several years now. We do have cameras. I'm going to go through the cameras and find out. I will be sending images to the police. We haven't had any vandalism in years. And now the vandalism is back. But it will not go unchecked. It will not go unchecked, brothers and sisters.
At gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for.
I just played those 3 videos for you guys, and I'm going to get into the Umar Johnson stuff because I was reading this article right here, and it talks about the window breaking actually took place, I want to say, a couple of years ago, where Umar Johnson actually didn't buy new windows, but he had the old windows up there. But what he did was he took the boards down. So as we see today, these windows are new. They've never been replaced. These are the same windows from when he bought the buildings in 2019. So a lot of people got confused about that. But no, he never replaced the windows. He just paid some people to come out there and take the boards down, which is not too big of a job. I mean, especially when you're not doing anything. Umar could have took that down himself. Anyway, but that's besides the point. I want to get into this of Umar. So that's going to be coming out pretty much hopefully tonight. If not tonight, I'm trying to put it out tomorrow morning. This video is covering the vandalism at FDMG, or the alleged vandalism at FDMG, because I played you guys that video of Umar Johnson at home. And what I wanted you guys to know is that garage, or not the garage, not the cafeteria, what is that? The gym, the other gym at the abandoned building. This looks just like, look at this. Now, there's something else I want you guys to know. And I got this because of Lennon Honor. He actually covered this. And I think a lot of people need to just cut this out and see this. That he said that there's a lot of artifacts and books and all that stuff. Now, I want you to look at all this stuff in his apartment. This is the apartment that he got evicted out, by the way. So look at this, and I want you guys to look at this right here. This TV right there. You see this TV right here? Look at this junkie room. Now, he keeps I'm pretty sure that nobody really broke in. Well, if somebody did break in, it was somebody homeless. But look at this TV right here. And I'm going to go to the other video right quick. Now, as I get over the video over here, this is a missing type of thing. Luckily, somebody pointed this out. I know Lennon Honor, but once you get over here and you look at all this crap. Now, this is a bunch of stuff that came out of the other school, so this is not a lot of valuable things. This stuff that he took from the other school, he just put in his school as well. But look at this TV right here. You see this TV right here? That's the same TV that came out of his apartment. So he's talking about a bunch of stuff was vandalized. I'm going to get into this article next. A lot of stuff was vandalized, but no, this is a bunch of stuff that came out of your apartment in 2019. So this isn't valuable stuff at all. This is just your junk that you moved in. And you can see the floors are just messed up, just like at his apartment. Everything is just messed up, thrown everywhere. It's like he put all this together. I mean, it looks just like where he was living at. I mean, dude, look at this, man. This is how he lives. We have actual evidence. We have proof from when he got evicted from his apartment that, you know, his house looked a hot mess. And now he moved all his stuff into this gym, which acts as a storage room for his past apartment furniture, I guess I want to put it like that. Or if there's a better word or phrase I can put for that. But let's get into this article right quick. So let's get into this article. I thought getting into this article, we're gonna go by Jay White's video because he actually posted the video. He went up to the school. Shout out to the Lady Luck Club because she actually put me on game. It's spearheaded by Dr. Umar Johnson. By the way, he started collecting money in 2010 for this. Has suffered another serious setback following a reported act of vandalism that damaged key educational resources and cultural items. The incident, which came to light in June 14, 2025, targets cultural artifacts and educational supplies. Fortunately, the physical structure of the school itself remains intact. So this is all misinformation. So first of all, there's nobody who accounted for these books. There's no proof that there was no inventory of 5,000 books. Second of all, that cultural inventory, those cultural artifacts, is that stuff that he had in a video that I previously played for you. There's nothing of value that was actually damaged. All this stuff, majority of the stuff came from out of the other building. He moved it into this building, and he stored it all into the the bigger gym, because remember the ex FDMG employee Dom, who Umar Johnson owes money to because he didn't pay him while he was working for him. Other stuff was they took the stuff out of the school and they left it on a corner. So they just left it. They just dumped it, like illegally dumped it. And he always talking about, people dumping stuff at his school, but yeah, he took all this stuff out of the school and he just dumped it somewhere. And we have Don, the ex-employee, who said that Umar Johnson did have them do it on his orders. So Umar Johnson ordered his employees and other handyman that was working for him to illegally dump that stuff down the street because he didn't want to pay for it. He didn't want to pay to have anybody come and pick it up. So I mean, he's been called off for that. So he's talking about people dump stuff at his schools. So it says, although the full scope of the damages has not been officially confirmed, nobody ever confirmed this, by the way. Earlier reports suggest that the loss was significant enough to delay the planned opening, originally expected to welcome students early. The FDMG Academy is now projected to open. Dr. Umar Johnson, known for his outspoken advocacy of independent Black education, expressed deep disappointment over the attack, but affirmed that the recovery efforts are already underway. Supporters of the schools have begun rallying, oh Lord, for the institution's mission. Okay, so there's no mission at this institution. I have to remind you guys that this is a tax exempt. This is a tax exempt organization, you guys, that gets tax-free money. So every dollar that collects go right into Umar's. I mean, not only that, but all this stuff that they just put into this article is nobody's fact checked none of this. There's nothing factual coming out of this article written by, of course, Delaware Blacc, the Pulse of the Urban Delaware. So like I just showed you guys, that TV came from his part out of that stuff into this gym. So none of this is factual at all. This is just a bunch of crap that he moved from the other school and a bunch of crap that he moved out of his apartment into the school. Furthermore, we want to look at something else they said in this article right here. They said physical structure of the school itself remains intact. The physical structure of the school structure, or at least the outside physical structure of the school, because we saw a little glimpse on the inside in that video previously, but let's look at the outside of the academy, so-called academy. Okay, so as we get over here to this part of the video, so Jay White, I'm gonna link because I didn't even know anything about this until she mentioned it on one of her recent live streams. So he went to the school. So this is a more up-to-date video, but as you can see, the building in which all this so-called valuable stuff was inside of is a complete shambles. So let's listen to Jay White as he actually goes around the building in which is holding these so-called artifacts, these books. And look at the outside of the building already. And all these valuable items at.
my rental car and make sure nobody gets me. Hey, how are you? I'm gonna tell you right now, there is a 0% chance that anybody in this community is paying the amount of money that Umar is talking about. It's your month to just keep up. Yeah, this building has been. I believe somebody. What's up, what's up? Okay, there's your everybody keep the mold. Zip molding. Battery that got stolen. Stole a man's battery. Yeah, that bus ain't going nowhere. That bus is good to go. Yeah. Okay. It looks like this is exactly how scary to get started. Some random black guy walking somewhere he needs to be going, and then movies in the face. We got the graffiti, we got the trash and windows. I mean, broken lights right there. What is he doing? When he says he's working on the building, what is he working on? Oh, there's a camera right there. There's a camera. But there's only one. There should be checking out the FDMG Academy. They got the FDMG graffiti artists hitting it up. Tag trash back here. Vegetation has been vegetating for sure. Man, this is unfortunate.
Okay, so what you guys are just seeing right here is the physical structure of the outside of the building where he's keeping all these so-called valuable artifacts and all these 5,000 books. By the way, nobody accounted for these books. Nobody knows how valuable the artifacts were. All we know is that he says that they are valuable, that he says that he had 5,000 books. And as you can see, he has stuff from his apartment inside of that damn gym. And we have confirmation from Don, the ex-employee, that they moved a bunch of desks, including school supplies. So we're talking about school supplies that's over a decade, like a fucking decade long, or a decade. I mean, you can't just get it to nobody and have them use it. So, and also we saw, so there's a school nearby that's actually open, that's actually doing stuff for the people. Not this IRS scam that Umar Johnson is doing right here. Umar Johnson is just using this as a piggy bank for he can travel around the world as he bees, and he has become one of the most annoying. Johnson is out of control right now, and we can see that this scam. Anybody can see the scam from a mile away. So his supporters are just mentally ill at this point. There's nothing to say about that. I'm not going to even argue with any supporter. I don't block them in my chat room or whatever. But you know, there's something wrong with them. But Umar Johnson himself, he's running an IRS. This is ridiculous right here. But as for that news article and the people in the news article, Black Delaware, you got accidentally stumbled across that as I was looking for some other information in regards to Umar Johnson, because I had found out that Umar Johnson, while he stopped practicing when he was 36 years old, so he was 36 when he stopped practicing, but he was 38 when he got his PhD in 2012. So my whole thing is, what experience did Umar Johnson have? And then he put that book 8 years old. You don't have no experience though in psychology, but you're putting out a book that costs what was that book? $250 on Amazon? A ridiculous price that nobody's going to pay because you're not a reputable guy. Only people that follow you are people that don't know that much about psychology. That's why you don't have nobody come out here and give you any reference. Umar Johnson never says, speak to my volume of work that I've done. We don't know anything about this guy, but yeah, he's selling a book for $250 on Amazon, which is don't buy that book. It's crap. Screw him. Screw his lawyer. They're all stupid. But this is where he was keeping the valuable items at in this shady place where they got the top of the roof taken care of as well. So that's all I wanted to come through and say, man. I'm gonna keep on Umar's neck, man. I haven't been putting out videos, but I'm back at it, man, like a crack at it. Days outside of the school. There's a huge homeless population that lives outside of FDMG. They stay behind the school, or because they needed to get somewhere warm. There's a huge homeless population out there. I'm talking about, I see white people that's homeless out there. And this is not anybody. This is just homeless people trying to break in, and maybe they were rummaging through, look for something valuable. But other than that, it's talking about, like, say if we were to put it into a ballpark of how much damage was done, I'm pretty sure the insurance company can cut him a check for about $25. You know, that's it. But peace.
You know the story out of Birmingham, Alabama, with Mama's Gifted Hands, where she decided to grab the sister's hair because they agreed to a $200 braiding price, but they used, when he dropped the text message, the sister that exposed all this, you can clearly see she said 200. It's not like she said, okay, well, send hair 200, 250 for a human when you want. Yeah, she just said 200. She went hair and then it's 150. They said, okay, well, you can't give me 50, give me 30. And like, no. And she gave her the 200, so she had the money, right? Well, they are getting charged to agree kidnapping and 30 real assaults. They're going to be facing deportation for sure. Now, they had a sister come out in one trying to speak up for the African immigrant community.
Dear African Americans, on behalf of every African community, and I'm speaking for everybody, finding hard to forgive us. What this lady over here did is very unacceptable. The behavior is very wicked, very horrible. We tolerate this type of behavior. For $50, you find the strength of pulling a fellow doing. Mama's gifted hand. Sister, we Africans that condone your behavior. No. Okay, the $50 was real and they didn't want money. Everybody's here for $50. Can you imagine the pain that lady went through? Honestly, Whiteness was way too much. And as a human being, you're not supposed to live like this. Because this is Africa, where everybody's great. And what is $50? Not even $500. Not even $50. Imagine throwing your whole business just for $50. Dear African Americans, please forgive us. She's on her own. She's on her own. We are washing our hands. We don't support her. No, we don't. Maybe your people was chasing you. What's wrong with you? Now being dragged into your mess. Now everybody is talking about African person. Americans, we are very grateful. Thank you for being there for us. And every single support you guys show us, we really appreciate. And the lady who went through I know it's very hard to forgive her, but please forgive her.
Well, let me say this to the particular sister in the video. I looked at her page. She's Congolese. So shout out to the people in Congo. I will say this, like I said on the last video. I won't apologize for something a Black American they do. They had so if another Black American dude do something, I'm not gonna go apologize on his behalf. That had nothing to do with it. So I'm not saying that you should be apologizing. I get what you're doing because I've seen a lot of videos from African immigrants say, now see, they basically made the block hot on us again. And saying we keep on. Well, this is what I would say. Y'all probably need to have a lot of internal conversations about customer service. Y'all need to maybe go to some business and understand that you're not in your homeland, so you can't act that way. There are certain ways to deal with that, and really that was a customer service issue. Because if you agree to $200, you can upcharge after you've done the work. You should have said that before. If you want it, I can put it in here, or the 200 synthetic. Then it can be a choice for you. You do the hair, and then now you want to grab it and act a plumb fool. You act a fool. And I can't stand that scarcity mentality. And it comes from a lot of them, the homeland. Like, bro, you got $30. You should just let out, you agreed to it. It is what it is. You do a good job. Say, hey, come on back and whatever next time or whatever. I'd rather have a constant customer because it's on you if you didn't price right. It's not on the customer. So this customer service issue that we keep seeing in these braiding shops that really has to be handled. It was what? Well, a lot of sisters was talking about boycotting, and they're like, "Oh, wait, hold on." You had even Nadine over there, or the big shop. You gotta sit down with each other and figure this thing out. But see, a lot of you separate yourself because when you came to America, if you got with Black, in my homeland, I had a braiding shop, and but how's it works with, like, what would you as a customer, and just ask questions. Just ask questions. That's it. Like, how to even market yourself to Black America. You come to a whole different country. Then there was a recording that came out of this pulling of the hair, saying how she didn't like Americans and how she don't need Americans' money. And I'm like, oh, really? In Birmingham? You don't need Black America's money? So yeah, listen, you don't have to worry about Black America's money at this point, ma'am. You got a first-degree kidnapping charge that can sentence you. Anybody shouldn't be your problem right now. And all three of y'all are stupid. You lose everything for $50. $50. $50. And let me tell something else to the immigrants. Do that. Do you see Walmart locking people in? Now they watch them stealing, and they tracing them while they're stealing. They call the cops, and they had a cop waiting on them. Right? You notice that? Loss prevention don't lock the doors and say, "Oh no, you're not leaving." They don't they're turning into the cops. I've seen plenty of body cam videos where a cop show up at that person's house and say, "Hey, I need to talk to you about a shoplifting that you were doing at Target. A few days ago. They got you on camera. They got your license plate, so that's why I'm here." I've seen them do it. So drop that mentality that you're going to lock somebody somewhere. It's not just it's an immigrant thing I've seen, because we've seen a lot of the Asian immigrants do this in the nail shops. I'm gonna lock you in because you don't give me no money. You can't do that. You call the police and let them deal with that. And if it's a theft of service, well then just pay them
Ready to dominate your industry with strategy that actually scales? At Coleman Public Relations and Consulting Firm, we're not just PR experts, we're licensed leading global projects across multiple countries. Visit cprfirm.com, that's colemanprfirm.com, and millionairex.ai, then download the Millionaire X app, your AI-powered guide to know wealth. Coleman Public Relations and Consulting Firm. It's a family business. It's different.
Finding the right real estate professional can be challenging. I'm broker Melissa Wilson. You're looking to buy new or an existing home or have a commercial need. I'm here to help.
Let's stop acting like we don't see how this game is played. If you're tired of folks throwing shade with a smile and keeping you boxed in with that slick behind-the-scenes racism, it's time to upgrade your survival skills. See, Philip Scott draws them in the system of white supremacy. This ain't the in-your-face kind. This is that sneaky office space, let me block your blessings type of racism that'll have you questioning your own reality. It's time to call it what it is and arm yourself with the facts. But baby, don't stop at just keeping the systemized the mind. This is about freeing yourself up top, walking in confidence, and letting the world know your mind is not for rent, lease, or layaway. It's time to reclaim your power step by step. So don't just watch, take action. Click over to Amazon.com, type in Passive the Mind, and secure both books for yourself, your crew, and anybody ready for that mental liberation. LaSherica said it, now go do it. Invest in your freedom. Pick up both books today on Amazon.com. Trust me, your mind will thank you.
After 13 years of exposing lies in the media, I discovered the accidental, just bad people doing bad things. But what if I look like something weird? Programmed like software, marketed like a product, and designed to survive across generations. That's exactly what I prove in my new book, Us versus the Machine, how anti-Black racism was programmed, marketed, and made to print of how it was built, who profits from it, and most importantly, how to dismantle it. I spent years connecting dots that they never want to connect, following money, power, or oppression. Knowledge is power, but strategic knowledge is liberation. Get Us versus the Machine on Amazon today, because once you understand the system, you can beat the system.
Just like we do. ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired.
We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke. We bend ADNC like it's Netflix, but smarter. No fluff, no filters, just the truth daily. From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news. Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure to click that subscribe button. Make sure to click the like button. That's free. You can do something free. If you can't do nothing free, I don't know what it is. I just think you're being rebellious if you can't do nothing free at this point, right? It's right there. You just click that like, click that subscribe. You know, hit that notification bell. Is also going to be starting to circle back to our platform, right? Especially dealing with me, at least. We know you're coming back. So tonight we're going to talk about so a little continuation of what we were talking about last week. Now we know that the Somalis got a lot of the spotlight on them right now, a lot of that funds, etc. So, but we're going to talk about this a little bit about how they end up in Minnesota and a message to the folks. And the business is this. All this is your fault. It's not even their fault. It's your fault. And it's your fault because every time, even in here, you always immigrated people here to undermine us. And now you have immigrated so many people here out of this, and you worry about your numbers. Now you're trying to hurry up and get them out to see what happened when you try to harm God's children. This is what happens to you. So we're going to go into that conversation tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thanksgiving went good and everything. I hope if you spend time with family and friends, I did that. I went seen family, seen in a little while. Thanksgiving, out of town. So it's still in Texas, but out of town from here. I did about a good 3 days, and I brought my laptop though. I still had definitely on the podcast channel as well. I also want to thank y'all for supporting all our platforms, right? And definitely, y'all, I was laughing. Let me tell you what I was laughing about. So I was on AfroWire, and I was looking at the comment about from Layla in particular about Jasmine Crockett. Oh my God, it was the funniest thing ever to read them comments. They were so mad. Oh, they were so mad. They are literally arguing with Layla, arguing with an AI. That is the funniest thing ever. God, that's funny to me. This is gonna be a fun. This is gonna be a fun election season on just me doing it, and then I got LaSherka and them to do this stuff. Oh, this is gonna be great. Democrat Shields, you don't know what's coming y'all way. Oh, you don't know what's coming in this election season. Oh man, but let me check in with y'all real quick before I get started. Let me see. All right, definitely seeing some of regular people. Make sure you share this. So let me go ahead and get started. I know your time is precious, and so is mine. So I don't want to waste your time. I know you got stuff to do. So come on, Phil. Let's get with it. All right. Let's start with something. First, got to build our case first, and then we're gonna go in on the folks a little bit tonight. Let me go ahead on and check something here. All right, we know Trump is targeting the Saudis right now, and they feel kind of nervous and they kind of scared. Trump targeting them. And before I get to the rest of it, I'm gonna give a short little blurb to them. See, when you did not practice Pan-Africanism, you didn't have a problem now. See? But all of you came over here, you rejected Black American to practice Pan-Africanism, that no, I'm not black, I'm Somali. I'm over here. I got my place. I'm not trying to join with nobody. Whatever you do, I do me. Now you fast forward to 2025, and now white supremacy is on your doorstep. And now people are like, hey, man, what's going on? Wait, we need to be brothers. Like, we should have been brothers when you got here in the 90s. You came in the 90s, and you did not want to be brothers and sisters. You wanted to go separate yourself. And see, also heal with white supremacy is that you separated yourself. You did not want to practice Pan-Africanism because you don't do it in your homeland. And that's the craziest part. We set up here to put more pressure over there when they should be the kings and queens of Pan-Africanism. They don't practice it. You go there, you'll find that out. They don't practice it at all. Now, so let's get to what we want to look at here. Right there, right? Is this the right spot? There we go. Actions are fraud. All right. Now, we do know that the incident happened in last week, right? The Afghan, let's say, asylee was a suspect in a shooting near the White House last week. President refugees and other foreign nationals. In his remarks, he repeatedly singled out one nationality, particular Somalis. To say in response to the reporter's question during the president's call for troops on Thanksgiving, Trump admitted that there is nothing linking Somalis to the shooting. Still, he claimed without evidence that Somalis they have caused a lot of trouble for the U.S. He said the day of the shooting is near the migrants from 19 countries of concern, including Somalia. And in the Thanksgiving message posted on Truth Social, where he announced that he would permanently pause migration from third world countries. He particularly blasted the Somali heritage in the country. And let me tell y'all something. Something I saw on before I continue this. Oh God, okay, all right. Seen a Somali guy on TikTok, and if it didn't have the music behind it, I would have showed you the video. You know that video that Jet the guy she was saying, and said when she said part of it, they just saying Trump can't do us nothing. Ha, we here now. And like, y'all poking the bear. And one thing about people like that, listen, one thing Black Americans know, we know when the whole we know the mash game and when to chill out for a second. But see, y'all come here arrogant. You think you know everything. And okay, you think he can't do you nothing? I'm here now. Okay. All right, you will see. Comply either because you poking the bear. And y'all know you don't have that say he can't do you nothing, but he gonna go after your mammy. He gonna go after your pappy. He gonna go after your auntie. He gonna go after but he gonna inflict pain on you. He may just throw you up in an ice block up. Like, oh, let's continue. All right, so of course Trump been on the Somali's head for sure. It said during his first term, he targeted them at a rally, saying leaders in Washington brought a large number of refugees to Minnesota without considering the impact on schools and communities and taxpayers. Now let's get down here. Why are there so many Somalis in the community in the United States? More than 61 persons have reported Somali ancestry. They say the since the early 1990s, Somalis have consistently arrived in the country, often as refugees from the East African country civil war. Many Somali refugees found Minnesota appealing. Let's read that. They found Minnesota welfare programs that helped them resettle, and over time, because of the diaspora that had resettled there. So see, look, in their homeland, they don't get those social in that community not at all. Will have the nerve to tell Black Americans that we all we have is baby mamas and we want welfare. But when you got here, that's what attracted you to it. It's getting free stuff that you didn't even pay taxes for. I told y'all on, look, man, look. Hold on. Two people I don't listen to talk to me. It's them folks and a lot of the immigrants that come here talking crap about Black Americans. I refuse to accept any commentary from you because I know this. You don't get no food stamp in your homeland. I know this. You don't get no Section 8. You don't get no any kind of assistance. If you ain't got it, you on the street trying to sell something. Nothing. And you came here to get free stuff. And that's been what it is. For decades, that's been the hustle. The free stuff. And I don't let them do it. They're the one giving it to them. You can get all this free stuff. Now they figured out the system. Now they really know they've been getting free stuff since the 90s. They gained the system so much now that they get millions. And they send it all back to the, oh yeah, deport me back to my homeland. I'm cool. I didn't build about 5 houses. I'm good. Please support me. It's not going to hurt me none. I thought that conversation last week that we talked about Ilhan Omar, she said, well, you know, they can deport me. I mean, I can live anywhere in the world. I don't care. You know why she talked that way? Because she's set up. That's why she's not. They've been getting, but let us get something free. Like I say, you let a Black person get $5,000 on PPP, they getting 20 years. Boy, they clamp down on Black people when we get something. We ain't had no business. But these immigrants come in here, they game the system, and they can game it in the millions and all that. Nobody say nothing. And they can't even say it's them. It's on the folks. Think about it. They come to Candyland, because America's Candyland to them. They come to Candyland, they get free stuff that they didn't work for, they didn't pay taxes for, the moment they get in the door. They're not demonized for it. It don't matter where the immigrant comes from. They're not demonized for it, but we're demonized for it. A Black woman needs, whatever the case may be, we're demonized. Black women are called welfare queens, Black American women in particular, welfare queens. All these different names is called to Black people. You're lazy. Why don't you work and be like us? We more successful. Some of you more successful at scheming. We can't get away with this stuff. Massage parlors all over the place. Everybody knows what's going on in massage parlors. That is $1 billion industry that's allowed to happen. It's allowed. They wouldn't let Black Americans have a bunch of massage parlors and everybody know what's going on in there.
Just like
they allow the crime. That all these Asian immigrants bring in here. They traffic their women into this country to be doing that. Everybody knows. Then they want to complain on the immigrants when they out there really getting out of hand to undermine Black America. And now you're dealing with it. And I'm so glad Black America has delineated, because now them folks will have to deal with it. Because some folks try to come to us too. And I'm going to get to that a little later. Because look, don't come over here, oh, Black America, you know, yeah, man, the immigrants are there. No. Don't you come over here talking about them. Because you brought them here to undermine us. Every time we try to get a leg up, you bring them in to lower labor costs, and you don't hire us, and you hire them, and you're still doing it. And now since there's too many of them, and now because you're afraid of your white numbers, now you want to get them out. It's too late, buddy. You them all out. There's no way humanly possible to get them all out. You got them here in the millions. Now you're trying to birthright citizenship thing. Okay. But still, they're in the millions. Y'all brought them here.
Paying reparations.
Don't complain on the immigrant.
How you eat it?
So came over here to get free stuff. Let's say over time, let's say Somalis have become integrated in the community and have played larger roles in the local and even national government, including Representative Ilhan Omar, who in 2018 became the first Somali American elected to Congress and has been a frequent target of Trump's attacks. It says citizens of Somalia were first given TPS status in 90 Bush. It said administration back then granted the status, recognizing that there exists extraordinary and temporary conditions in Somalia that prevent aliens who are nationals of Somalia, say, from returning to Somalia in safety. So you have so many African. You got Uganda right there. You got Djibouti right there. You have all East Africa corridor, Tanzania, Ethiopia. You have all these places, and they send them way over here to the United States of America. That was done on purpose. All the African countries you pass flying. Now they say they end. Now of course they TPS end date is March 17, 2026. It said it was never meant to be an asylum program. That's what Christian Nome said in defense of Trump's decision to end TPS status for nationals of Somalia and well other nations. Of course, yeah, it's not an asylum program. Okay, so they say, what do Somalis in Minnesota and Governor Tim Walz have to do with the fraud allegation? Supposed incidents of corruption and fraud involving Somalis living in Minnesota, projected relation to the welfare programs, talking about COVID-19, child era nutrition program, about not feeding our future, reported ties to the Somali community, was implicated alleged $300 million fraud scheme with more than 70 defendants. And a white woman was at the head of that too. So let's not forget the white woman. Country, the agency for meals that did not exist. Federal prosecutor said the company owners pocketed the funds. Instead, they said spending on luxuries like cars and overseas trips. And also, the Somali leader in the fraud scheme was sentenced to 28 years in prison. Now, of course, you know about the well. So, now, of course, the Democrats are doing what the Democrats normally going to do. We don't get into that, but let's get into something else. They have this one sister I want to play real quick. She brings a sister here because, hold on, where is it at? Where is it at? Hold on. All right. Let's get this real quick and then we're going to cook.
Talk about how America's for America. They're mad that immigrants from these different countries are coming over, committing fraud in certain areas, etc. It's y'all's fault. Do we not remember the history of why they were brought over here in the flag? Then fed them rhetoric that said that we were lazy, to not be like us, to stay away from us, to get to this country than we did, than our ancestors did. And now, to show us a lesson, actually showed you yours. Remember, the Industrial Revolution happened between 1880 and 1920. And roughly 15 years before, there wasn't enough native-born population to keep up with the work for the expansion that the United States was going through. You really believe that? There was enough native people, more. It's not funny, but everybody is getting their wake-up call. The subset of majority that wants to control
All right. Y'all have to understand America and the problems it has. He's talking about all immigrants. We got to get the immigrants out. All the economy, all this, all that. You know they always say, "Oh, there y'all go, Black people. You're blaming the white man. You're blaming whitey." Who are people? Was it the Black man and woman of America? Are we in control of the border patrol? We're not in control of any of that. You let everybody in, and then you drop. And now when we say something, right? It's when you drop them off in our neighborhoods, like the Biden administration was doing, dropping all these Venezuelans and everybody off in the Black neighborhoods, dropping them off in Chicago, because of all the stuff going on with the illegal immigration. Instead of Brandon Johnson standing on business as a mayor and say, hell no, I'm not giving you a dime. Just going to the citizens of Chicago, the residents is not going to y'all. Go back to your homeland and figure it out. They elected me to serve them. You can visit the city if you want to, but you're going to take care of yourself. Instead of sitting up and talking like that in the city of Chicago. But here's the thing. And I'm going to repeat this again. When I went to the Ohio Black Expo, they had a Somali young man approach me when I was there. And he was so bad, and I know some of us be doing this and that. And I say, listen, young brother, listen. If you didn't do nothing wrong, and say, and the people in the Somali haven't done nothing wrong, I'm not against them. I'm not against them. Say, but you know, run around here, specifically getting online, calling Black Americans jurors, and the ones saying that, I ain't like you Black people. I'm Somali. I ain't Black. And it's like no reason even to say that. It's just no reason to say it. And that's what you issue. I said, but you're not doing it, man. Ain't no issue, no problem. You got to come cop police. Any cop, you need to holler at your folks. Now, another thing that I will not accept no longer, someone saying, we feel this way because white people told us about Black Americans, at the embassy or the airport, to stay away from Black Americans because they commit crime.
Y'all got the internet.
And Americans are violent and so we got afraid of Black Americans. I'm like, so you didn't watch the movies with white Americans? You didn't watch none of the movies with white Americans doing even worse. I mean, Michael Myers, he is white. You know that, right? I'm just saying, it's a whole, whether it's horror movies, or there's all kind of movies.
Mafia
so
movies.
How is it that you were scared of the Black person because of a movie that we hardly even get Black movies, but you're not afraid of the white people? Man, look, y'all better not tell me that, because I probably go justify your anti-Black American bigotry. Not racism, because you can't be racist, but anti-Black American bigotry. Okay? We will not accept that in this era and this age no longer. Don't blame white people. White people don't have Americans, right? That same white man told me to stay away from Africans too. That same white man told me eating all the fruit, chilling his nerves, going to see the animals. That's what he was telling. You know what I'm saying? So it can be a paradise for him. Because the first thing I know, and I never forget that young brother to come up to me. He said, "Hey, Phil, look outside." And I looked outside, and it was full of white folks laid up out there in Mombasa, full of them. And he said, "How many times they told us about, you don't like it, go back to that hellhole, back to this." He said, "Look at all," and I say, "See," I say, they can't tell me nothing. I don't want to hear nothing they got to say. You can't assess me. I don't care what they say about Black immigrants. I don't want to hear nothing right about them. I don't want them discussing or African or Caribbean to me. You're coming underneath the divide and conquer. You're not coming. You're coming with one of them things. Talk to me. You're not gonna say, "Oh, look at. Oh, you see how bad they are. Oh, you know, Black Americans, come vote with us, the Republicans, because we gonna get them out. They harming Black America." No, you want them out because you're afraid about the white numbers. So you want to use the grievances that is within diaspora conversation. You want to use way faster than anybody else. That's why you can't come tell me about nobody else. I don't care how horrible somebody is. We would deal with them as we deal with them with Black folk. You stay yourself out of Black folk business. What the Nigerians are doing. I'm not. I can deal with the Nigerians if they're out of line. You stay out of it. Because you the reason why Nigeria is the way it is. And if it's not just you, it's your counterparts in the EU. It's your fault. If you stay out of their countries, they wouldn't immigrate over here. You cause hell everywhere you go. You have not brought peace, tranquility, or nothing good to nobody at all. You ain't brought it to no African. You ain't brought it no Caribbean. And for sure as hell, you ain't brought nothing good to nothing. And I think Black folks globally are ignorant to sit up here and be arguing with each other behind them. They can't get their own act together. Prime example. They control the MAGA controls the White House, controls the House. You got everybody, and you still mad. You still can't figure it out. But if you look at European history, you always were mad. You always were upset. This is European history. Look it up. You weren't even happy in the Caucasus Mountains in the cave. You weren't happy there either. Nowhere you have ever been, you've been happy. Even Europe didn't hang. Y'all didn't get along. You always had this mentality of you treated poor people bad and oppressive. That's always been in your culture. That's why the poor and the oppressive in your community left and fled Europe, the United States, and all the way through Canada and all of that. They all failed too. They all failed. They had to flee Europe. They couldn't stay over there and fight against the king. To look at other immigrants too and think they're better than them. You are not better than them. You fled too. Then when you fled, you couldn't even build this up on your own. You tried, and then you was get nothing going on until we got in the mix. That's history. And that's been your thing. You've been importing immigrants here to do your work. So you're importing to undermine us and do your work because you are too good to go. You're too good to go pick some oranges. But you want to complain about all the Latinos and all the different ones. Y'all not going to go do what them Latinos going to do. Listen, we did it for free 250 years, so the hell, we ain't doing it. You don't look this way. Y'all got 250 years of free labor by the black folk, then another 100 or so years of Jim Crow and sharecropping. You ain't getting nothing out of us no more. So you helping y'all here and there. It's definitely not this one. FBA, Black America, so long, whatever you want to call it, we done with that. Go pick. Look, listen, I know you. Listen, you didn't want to clean. Listen, you didn't want to clean your. And it's pictures of it. You had your baby on the breast of a black slave. Didn't even want your woman to even breastfeed their own child. How? Listen, I can't get no more lazy than that. That's why I say y'all are silly to listen to people work to build a thing. If every person would leave this country right now, I'm talking about every person that's not them, they will be happy for a moment, but then this economy would surely collapse and this country would go to fourth world status because all the farm stuff would go be gone. Many they would go back to starving like they were in their homeland because they are too good to go out there and pick some strawberries and some fruit and anything else. Because who's stopping them right now? You're sitting up here deporting the Latinos. Okay, cool. Get out there in Nebraska, but they farms facing closure. Trump had to hold off on deporting the Latinos off them farms because they were crying that. Let me tell you something. They need people outside of themselves to maintain things. What great people, and they just want to bring all these immigrants into Europe. No, they need them to survive. They can't survive without black folks and other groups of people. They can't. Then they got the nerve to tell you that they know more than you. How? You can't do nothing on your own. Notice Black Americans, when we get off to ourselves, we do. How is it that we do better? So maybe the Somalis just figure out a way. Hey man, y'all been scheming and scamming forever. Maybe the Somalis just figure out a way to scheme a little bit better. Y'all mad? Who is this? Pamela. I'm only Pamela. I'm only talking history, Pamela. I'm talking history that your public school system don't give you. When you understand history, you know they can't tell you much of nothing. If you know recent history, you know they can't tell you much of nothing. That's why, once again, I do not allow them to get into no business with black folk. I don't care. Black Americans, we going back and forth with each other for some reason, and they get in the mix. You ain't got nothing to do with this. You can't come tell me about a black immigrant. You can't tell me about nobody. I don't care if I got an issue with somebody. You can't tell me about them. Well, see, them Somalis said they ain't got nothing to do with you. We in the Somalis will figure that out. We do not, because we know you go over there and tell them, yeah, them black Somalis, like you've been doing that forever, and that just don't work with us anymore. because we already didn't clocked you, right? We clocked you. Do we know that's what you do? Divide and conquer, divide and conquer, divide and conquer. And the only way it works unless you give a listening ear to them, or you ingest propaganda from them about other groups of people. I should go to that country and see what's up with that country. Let me go see myself. And if it's true, I'll come back. I'll tell you, hey, man, yeah, they ain't lying. This country here. But a lot of times when they talk about countries who are definitely other black folk, you go and find out, like, wait a minute, it ain't like what they said, what they talk about. The Venezuela and all that other mess. You know, I don't believe nothing they say because I know how they are. I know how they are. They be lying on people constantly. They got people on YouTube that have been in Venezuela and they haven't said, oh man, this dude over here just taking people's life. Oh my God. Now, you know, we don't get involved with other people's calm down is. That's why Barack Obama's the biggest failure, because he could have solved a lot of these problems and he chose not to. He went along with everything. I don't give them my energy. That's why I'm you know, like I said, block, ban, you know, like in life, you don't give them your energy. You don't. I don't want to hear talk about they complaining. I don't want to hear any of it. I don't want to hear it. It's the Biden administration brought all these people in here. Yeah. But also, what did we read earlier? It was a George H.W. Bush administration that brought the Somalis here. And every president, whether a Democrat or Republican, bring in people, immigration. And check this out. You know, the guy that claimed during Biden, but the Trump administration gave him his asylum. And now he's talking like, oh, we got to do something. I'm like, bro, you let the dude over here. You could have said, hell no, you going back to Afghanistan. Y'all look at the tech industry. Y'all flood the tech industry with all these different other groups. They got so many young brothers and sisters that want to be in the tech industry who went to school. They not even giving and then what ended up happening? Y'all, then all these other groups, they get above you. Talking about the folks, they get above you. They're making way more money than you. They're CEOs of corporations and all kinds of things. They are, right? And now you're mad about it because you're seeing they're being plastered as a CEO. They the one running these big companies or whatever, and you can't get in there. And then what these other groups do, they bring their own people in. They get all the people out. We're not really in tech like that. They get definitely the little bit of us that get us out. They get you out, folks. Be full of them. And that's how other groups get. They say, oh, all the immigrants do that. They only prioritize themselves. Why would you bring over a bunch of it's like basically anti-American values? Why would you bring people over like that? But see, you did that to undermine us. Do you know the greatest friend you ever had was the black man and woman of America? The only friend you ever had, actually. That's the only one you maybe could have turned. Black folks don't be dealing with nobody. Because when you talk about delineate, that means from everybody. We ain't talking about the complete delineation. I'm delineating from you, and matter of fact, I've been delineated from you. So, that's that. I've been delineated. Like, you may not use the term delineate, but you may want to say separate. I don't know what term you want to use, but way too long. Wink for Wink says, my son's friend just lost his job to AI. Technology's here. You know, some people lost their job when the personal computer came out. A lot of librarians lost jobs when the cell phone came out. People lost jobs. Every technology, people are going to lose jobs and get with the program, or you get left by the wayside. We listen as Black about no technology. We get with the technology and we innovate. That's all. We got to innovate. If you're not willing to innovate, if you're not willing to learn to work with your hands, because that's important, working with your hands. I saw her in tech. She lost her job. Talking about AI replaced her job. What the sister ended up doing was actually learning AI herself. And she ended up creating her own job through AI. And now she's paid bukus of money. And because she learned it. The fact is, it's not going nowhere. Either you learn it or you get left on the wayside. Stuff, look, either you learn it or you're gonna complain. That's it. Anyway, AI is here. It's gonna slice jobs. It is. But learn to make yourself valuable. Say, okay, I'm gonna be a master of AI, so somebody want to hire me because I'm the king or queen of prompt, and nobody better than me, because the AI is as good as a prompter. All right, so one person, you say white people mad. He talking about, oh, okay, all right. Well, they going at how to comment. My last paper. Well, here's the thing. Black people are innovative people. And because we're innovative people, you know, we're going to figure this thing out. I'm telling you, look, I know we were laughing about this one day. Brother Polite. Brother didn't access to AI, you know, aside from what he went to jail for. You imagine somebody like Brother Polite getting access to AI and what he would do with it? They got some people out here, boy, I'm telling you. Y'all don't even realize it. I'm telling you, and I keep preaching that sermon to y'all, that it's a new frontier for Black people. It is a great equalizer for us, but we can finally get in on the game and make some money and even help streamline, you know, the things that we're doing, help us with game plans, business plans, whatever the case may be. Of course, I recommend at least pay $20 and get those versions at least, so you can get more accurate models. And it's a game to it, but you got to learn. You got to learn, because the immigrants are learning. Don't let the immigrants outlearn you. So the immigrants are out here doing it. The immigrants are trying to figure that out now. Don't be sitting up here talking about, man, I lost my job. The immigrant like, I lost mine too. Shoot, man, I got my new house and everything. All see, Chad down there say AI help with my scented candle business. Okay, there you go. And AI has helped me with mine too. I don't have scented candles though. I don't have scented candles, but basically laying down now when it comes to AI music, Warner Music Group, Universal, and all them other ones are trying to get are getting licensing deals with Suno and all them different ones, because they can't even beat it. They have to say, hey, look, can we at least get access to it and get licensing off of it and make some money that way? It's here. You know that. Oh, I don't like artificial intelligence. I can't stand it. Look, it's here. It's here. Either you're going to be the old person, not using another word I would like to use, complaining, or you're going to be the new Black person on some new technology and trying to get your heavy into it. A lot of other countries not heavy into it like we are. So you can literally bring and you can teach it to other people. And it's so much game that you can just get from this stuff, man. You need to be valuable what AI can't do your job. I had somebody tell me, man, Phil, I think on the AfroWire, I said, first of all, AI can't replace me. And number two, hey, you can love AfroWire all you want. I'm behind it, so I'm cool. I'm cool. You can watch that all day long. I'm fine with it. That's even better for me. Oh, Black America, don't do that. Don't do that. And a lot of folks don't know it either. They complaining and crying. Oh, I'm losing my job. All this AI. No, the folks are crying. The folks are crying. They are crying behind AI. They crying. You think black folks are saying something? No, the folks. What AI, what I love, whiteness can't save them. That's what I love. See, they can't say, well, I can be mediocre and get a job no more. They're like, nah, we don't need you. We have AI. What? Hold on. I can't get a job anymore. No, AI is literally destroying whiteness in the area of jobs. You understand? One thing about my people, we always gonna figure it out. We've always figured it out. We've always been fired first. We've always been sabotaged, always. And we still figure it out. We get better in sabotage. We get better. The hand is different. But us, we get better. So I don't worry about my people if they lose a job to AI. Because I know my people are going to figure it out and be 10 times better because of it. You going to be like the sister I saw and learned it and flipped it and made a bag out of it with your own business? Or maybe you're on top. Ain't nobody, I'm going to eat. My people are always going to eat. I'm not worried about my people. So don't let them folks fearmonger you on TV. Well, you're going to lose all your jobs. And, AI is going to do it. Don't let them people fearmonger you. If it happens, it happens. I mean, before AI came out, I lost jobs. We're going to have to let you go. You know, they had a reduction in the company for about 10%, and unfortunately, you're one of them. Sorry. AI had nothing to do with those moments. I've been fired for different things. AI had nothing to do with it. And every time I've done better. Every time I've done better. A promotion, and you just don't see it. Well, Phil, I've been looking for a job for a year. Well, that one sister said she was looking for a job for a year too. And AI helped her figure it out. And she figured it all out through AI. So you can figure it out. Yeah. Measured man. Yes. You train AI. That's the thing people don't understand. Yes, everybody's AI is going to be different. My AI talks different to me than maybe yours will because the way I've trained mine. I train mine to talk a certain, and you have to know how to train your AI to you a certain way. I know all that tee-hee-ha-ha stuff, people like on AI, but you can actually teach it to teach you things, to analyze reports, to do whatever. You can have, in other, you literally got to talk back and forth, just like we talking, conversational, and say, and when you have these conversations, say, hey, make sure you remember that. All right, I got it in the memory, and then way you can ask them something you said last year. Hey, remember in 2024 I told you this? Yeah, I remember. You said this. You're right. It's all about how you train your particular AI. You're right. And it takes time. Somebody can give you a class or this is how to prompt. And but the only way you will really learn unless you do it yourself. And I didn't go to no AI classes to learn. I just spent time with it. No different than when I started this channel. I knew nothing about no freaking YouTube. I just like, hey, I want to start doing videos. I had a brother encourage me with it. I got a camera, got it from a shower curtain. to start doing it. And I figured it out down the line. I watched a lot of and I learned that way. And I just continue to upgrade my knowledge as things come out, new technology, whatever. You know, I mean, I really need to go to YouTube University about a camera I got down here. I need to start using. You know, so that's that. Be the kings and queens of AI, Black people. Don't let the folks, don't let the Asians and the Arabs, and you need to learn. Okay, here we go. Let me respond to Tradina here. It's interesting. AI did not build this country. Our people, what they got to do with AI? What they got to do with anything? I'm trying to figure it out. What does that have to do with anything? I'm really trying to figure that out. Okay, I mean, I guess if you want to take pride in something, okay, cool. Pat yourself on the back. Now, let's get back to the class at hand. You need to learn artificial intelligence. That's that kind of, see, people like that talk that way, it's like that tells me you're afraid of things. And so you want to revert to something that don't even matter right now. It don't matter. Okay, we built the country right now. Okay, cool. I live in 2025. I'm worried about making sure our community is good, make sure our kids are good, and our kids need to learn AI and all the different things that what our kids need to do. Because I don't want to see my Black children, our Black children, be behind, and our children struggling because they don't know anything. I want our children to thrive, our women, our men to thrive. I don't need to feel good story about what we done every time. I don't need that to feel good. I know what we done. Ain't nobody can create new history. I don't want to live off of past glory. Let's create new glory. I want our children to say, hey, man, back in 2025, man, we did this. And man, I remember in 2027, we did that. I don't want to keep looking back to the 1800s and 1960s. We need to be creating new history today. There's something else too. Stop looking backwards and look forward. Backwards is just lessons learned. Forward is the future. I don't want to live in the past. When you live in the past, that means you. And what I mean by that is people who are innovative and look forward, they got a lot to live for. I can't claim all the glory. I mean, I'm glad my ancestors did for me, and I pray. Now I got to make them proud and keep going forward and do the things that they wish they could have done. I don't want to live off of just what they done. I want to continue the work that they put into me, and we got to make our ass proud. Not that we did this, we did that. No, and we going to do something else. Where's the love? Appreciate, Lord, I'm late. All right, y'all. Well, I appreciate y'all watching us on the stream tonight. Greatly appreciate it. Make sure to click the subscribe button, like button. Make sure to download the African Diaspora News Channel app in the Google Play and Apple App Store. Get a monthly subscription at minimum, right? $9.99 a month. That's like 31 cents a day, right? Not much, right? To support us. And increases or whatever. So thank you know, a lot of conversation happens about, you know, immigration, especially with the delineation movement. They, you know, Black immigrants that say, you know, you guys, I don't know what happened. You guys are being, you know, kind of like the some are being, you know, what happened, you know, with Black America. But, you know, really, you really want to think about it. You're trying to say more so it's one way, and it's not. It's more so on the other side when you talk about being divisive. And we're going to get into why we use the term divisive. Now, this sister had kind of pointed out that, you know, you have, you know, Black immigrants that don't want to acknowledge some of the things, that, not just Black immigrants, but we could say all immigrants that come to America, but we only going to kind of ones for just obvious reasons. But let's go ahead and check that out.
Across this app, you ask Black Americans, what have immigrants ever done to you? So here's the truth. Because we are not going to keep supremacy is the bigger villain. Yes, immigration has caused harm to the Black American community. Not every immigrant, not only immigrant, not always with intent, but measurable harm has happened. Economically, many employers have chosen immigrant labor at lower wages instead of hiring Black workers at fair wages. That choice has reduced opportunities we've been concentrated. That is a harm. Politically, as immigrant populations grew, major parties shifted their promises, their attention and resources toward new voting blocs. The Black politicians calculate numbers rather than loyalty. That is harm. Culturally, Black American creativity has been used globally as a resource, while Black Americans are erased as origin. At the same time, when they arrive, because they learn quickly that distancing from us provides social benefits in this system. That is a harm. Geographically, the pattern is the same across multiple cities. Long-standing Black neighborhoods lost their population share and cultural control as new communities and repopulation, and both resulted in Black displacement. That is a harm. Socially, immigrants did not enter a neutral landscape. They entered a country with an existing racial order that rewards those who rise above Black Americans, participated in that reward structure. That is a harm. And the only reason this conversation is treated like a taboo is because Black Americans are allowed to blame supremacy, but not allowed to acknowledge lateral harm from anyone else. We are allowed to hurt. We are just not allowed to name who contributed. That is not hate. That is not xenophobia. That is not jealousy. It is displacement layered on top of sacrifice. Black Americans built what we built under terror and brutality. And when we say protect our share, protect our identity, protect our cultural space, we are told we do not. No one is asking immigrants to leave this country. Well, some people are, but I'm not. Not all of us are. No one is asking immigrants to do history or carry guilt for what they did. Didn't we do? What is and has always been asked is simple. Acknowledge the part you play in continuing the harm, whether you need to or not. This has always been about accountability and acknowledgement.
Well, to pick it back off of what this sister is saying and saying that what did they actually do? And we like, so we only going to focus Black more and more. A lot of Black Americans say, hey, man, that's our brothers. That's us coming over. We have to hear. And a lot of Black Americans are on Pan-Africanism. And Black Americans went in the spirit of Pan-Africanism to these brothers and sisters. A lot of them rejected Black America. I'm not Black, distance themselves from Black America, and Black America like, what's wrong with them? Why are they doing that? And why they say not Black? Well, what is that about? You know what I'm saying? And for years, a lot of Black Americans didn't understand the tribalism that's in these countries, how they'll go to war with their brother or sister next door for being a part of a different tribe. Things that we didn't even think about, a lot of them. Talking down on Black Americans on these jobs, snitching on Black Americans, try to get the Black Americans fired, and bringing their people in from their community, right? How many times have Black Americans have seen that? And when the folks bring them in, they bring them in at lower wages. So if a job is to pay, they'll bring an in and pay them 8. So that's how economic harm happens to Black Americans, because these companies do not want to pay for labor. On top of that, some of them feel they're better than Black Americans. They left their home and had to come way over here and start all over again. But yet some of them feel that they're actually better than Black Americans. They have the nerve to open their mouth and say, for you to equal to what Black Americans can do in the area of finance, buying power. It's not enough. It's only a couple of million of them versus 43 million Black Americans. Ain't no way you're doing better. Ain't no way. And what do you find is doing better? Getting a job, that's doing better. Buying a house, buying a car, that's doing better. Bro, that's saying, oh, I got a business. You know what I mean? Black Americans got businesses. Something that's so special Black Americans have not done. What, you became a doctor? There's plenty of Black American doctors. You became a lawyer? There's plenty of Black American lawyers. What have you done that we have not done? I mean, it's not like you started any kind of institutions like a HBCU. You know, what hospitals are you setting up or have tried to set up? I mean, you were better. For the simple fact that you got to say that you're better means that you're not. Because usually people that's better, they don't talk about it. And the fact is, you should never separate yourself. Now you look at what's going on now, and now you're in the crosshairs. You see some good Pan-Africanism. And what's happened because you chose to separate yourself. You chose to say, I'm going over here. I don't want to be dealing with you Black Americans. You know, all the white people told me this about Black Americans. All the TV shows, BSF, with dealing with white supremacy. Now you're on your own, and that is the biggest mistake that a lot of you have made. You thought you could separate yourself from Black America, snitching on us to the white man on the job, so you can bring your people in, calling us different names like Akata and Jareer and all these other names that we've been called, and did not think that you told me, be careful, because you never know who you may need. And that's one of those moments. Right now, y'all need Black America. A whole lot of people need Black America right now. And Black America is saying, no, you got it. You're on your own. You're better. You're more successful. Go show them how successful you are. Go show them. Remember, we was a Bees and a Jareers and all that. We was all those names, right? So go to ICE. How much better you are than us? And you did play a role because you was keeping up division. You know, it's interesting that when Black Americans delineate, that's divisive, but it wasn't divisive when you were trying to bring your people in. That wasn't divisive. It wasn't divisive when you run around saying you're better. That wasn't divisive. You know what I'm saying? It's only divisive when we prioritize ourselves. That's divisive. No, that's people that want to exploit you. And I'm sorry, exodus who are immigrants. No, it's not all. It's not all. It's definitely not all. Of course, it's not all. Now, I've had some say, "Hey, man, my parents came over. They did that mess." You know, but I'm not on it. I grew up here. I mean, all I know is Black America. I don't even know that other country. I don't know Senegal. I don't know nothing about it. Yeah, I'm Senegalese because of my parents, but man, I'm more Black American Senegalese. You know, and you got some first generation, you know, Black immigrants that say that to you right there, but here, and a lot of them, they get it. They get what's going on. They get it. In the trenches like that, they don't even know. I've talked So that's not the people I'm even talking about. I'm talking about a lot of times them parents that came here, the ones that first just come here thinking, separate myself from America. And that's the role that they played. And they look at these African brain shop videos. One of the main one that was arrested behind grabbing the woman's hair, there was a video come out of her audio saying how she don't even like Black Americans. We ain't do nothing to that woman. But yeah, you want to be doing Black Americans to anybody. We went to nobody's homeland and bombed them. We didn't try to corrupt their leaders. We didn't try to stage coups in their country. We haven't done any of that to anybody. And yet, you know, it's kind of like, well, like Denzel training day. You gonna do this to me? Like that's the attitude that a lot of us have because we didn't do you nothing. Anything. We opened our arms. We wanted to practice some Pan-Africanism, but y'all didn't. Maybe next time, the next immigrants that come in, you'll tell them, hey, man, don't come over here doing that. You better go talk to the FBAs. You better go break bread with them, make peace with them, and work with them. Because you start dividing from, they're not gonna be like, nah, you good. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no way I would immigrate to an African country and like, oh, I don't want to fool the Africans. What kind of crap is that? Why would I move to an African country? I don't want to fool with the Africans of that country. That's like moving to South Africa and say, oh, I don't want to deal with the Black South Africans. I don't want to deal with them. Like, why? That's stupid. But that's the issue. And that's the accountability that this sister was talking about. That accountability. But let me know what y'all think about, you know, this what the sister is saying. Because you know, yeah, they gotta have some accountability. That's the only way anything to be fixed. You cannot. The issue is because all this is pointing at us. Y'all being divisive, y'all being xenophobic. That means you still on what you're on. You do not want to acknowledge what y'all have done in this country. Siding with the folks. That's what we're talking about. But until you're ready to acknowledge that and say, hey man, let's fix it.
We're going to start seeing a lot of us against me. There's a video that's going around, like the brother called in earlier. He talked about this woman who made a video. She made the video on TikTok. And the video was like, Tariq Nasheed is controlled opposition. And very vague. She was like, I'm controlled opposition. She wouldn't say by who, for what purpose. She just did what a lot of these people who are co-opted by these intelligence agencies and think tanks, nations. The name of the game is to put out a bunch of vague ass accusations. So she was like, yes, Tariq is, oh, you know, let me pull it up. Let me just walk through it. Let me do that. Let me pull it up and I'll show it and I'll play it. And we'll just walk through it together. Y'all bear with me. Let me do this. Hold on, where we at? Hold on. I'm going to play it live and we'll just walk through it, fam. We'll just walk right through it. So y'all can hear what the woman is saying. And she's being extra dramatic. Now somebody said she was Haitian. But she's very dramatic. Sounds kind of is giving Democrat shield vibes.
Let me tell you something. Tariq Nasheed is controlled opposition. Okay. He is controlled opposition with a primary goal set, and that goal is to stay close enough to us to divide income. This portion of the diaspora to alienate us from the rest of the Black people on the with no protection to the descendants of our ancestors enslavers. That is Tariq Nasheed's primary, because you are allowing him to siphon the humanity right out of you. Do you know what it was that enabled the they did not believe our ancestors were human? And you're going to get on this whole World Wide Web and insinuate that any Black person I don't want to be any part of that type of Black. Ever. Understand? For you to be so willfully ignorant, so cruelly unjust. There is nothing about you that's familiar to me. Nothing. And I don't want any parts to do with you or anybody that thinks like. And I see me on this diaspora. I see me showing up. Take a look.
She's just being very dramatic during these. The whole thing is just her talking real vague. She's doing these vague, dramatic pauses that I'm controlled opposition by who and for what, and you can't articulate what because there is no controlled opposition, and they know that. The name of the game is to just babble and make accusations and just throw them out there, because these people have a problem that they cannot control. You understand? They can't control the delineation movement. So it's a lot of circular, vague babble, a whole nothing burger. Yeah? And somebody mentioned Dana, that Dana chick. She was saying some little greasy stuff that she was talking about. And again, some of these people, either they're tethers or they have children with tethers. They're laying up with some damn foreigner who they got the cape on. Because watch these little vague terms. When you hear terms like grifter, I want y'all to understand, so grifter is an undefined, non-legal term, which is why these ops use terms like that. It's not like a term like embezzler or fraud or scammer. Those have legal definitions. Grifter, there's no legal definition of a grifter. It's not tied to a specific action or statute or any kind of financial misconduct. So the vagueness of that term, it allows people to just throw that word out there without proving anything. It's really literally just put out there to see. So when you hear people just say shit like grifter, that nigga be grifted, watch who sent these people. You understand? Because when you say shit like that, you can avoid liability because the word doesn't assert calling somebody a grifter. That's like a loophole insult. It sounds like an accusation of criminal activity, but it's not specific enough to be a defamatory term. So the person saying the shit, they kind of get the benefit of implying corruption while they can escape any type of legal consequences. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't really allege a specific provable act. So the word is really used for gaslighting. You can just say the shit and apply it, and then you can walk it back because it ain't got no fixed meaning. So the accuser can just shift the claim however they want. That's to try to ask them exactly what's the grift. They start talking in circles and they keep moving the goalposts. Well, he be doing movies and shit. Okay, that's not a grift. Yeah, we like the movies. But yeah, there's some misinformation in there. That's the grift. Well, what's the misinformation? Then we proof on that. That's a grift. The envelope, they just keep pushing the damn envelope. You know what I'm saying? They just keep moving the damn goalposts. So the name of the game is to just put an accusation out there without any real meaning for the sole purpose of being slanderous. You know? You got to understand why they're doing it. It's a propaganda term. It's basically meant to undermine credibility. Grifters, that's like a shortcut. That's a shortcut smear. So you bypass any type of legitimate criticism, just say grifter, and that is supposed to plant doubt. You know, it's used. That's why trolls and operatives and intelligence agencies and people they use it. It's a fast, easy accusation that don't require you to substantiate it. You know, character assassination. They try to. So you watch when people say little stuff like that. You know, and where they're really coming from. But right now, man, this delineation movement is really whooping ass right now. A lot of people shook because they can't really do anything about it. And also, you're going to see a lot of people targeting me. You're going to see a lot of people targeting me. And that's very, election season is coming up. So you're going to see a lot, they're already getting their talking points together about me. Because a lot of these people, especially with the political think tanks, they remember when the DNC, they attacked me. I'm talking about the big dogs. It's like thousands of them from the DNC. They clearly got a green light from the top to all attack me when I said something about Kamala Harris years ago. DNC, politicians, Howard Dean. What's his name? Is that Howard Dean, that guy? He was attacking me. This guy's a high-ranking Democrat official. He was cursing me out on Twitter because I said something about early on. You know, I was calling that early on. You know, oh, yeah, they have my name on the news. They throw my name out there on the news all the time. But listen, when they get on TV, let me tell you something. When they get on MSNBC, y'all remember that? They got on national television and say, hey, listen, y'all stop. Tiffany Cross said it on her show on MSNBC in front of millions of people. Got on TV. Y'all get out there and just vote for Kamala. Don't listen to the Tariq Nasheeds. Don't listen to him. That's why when Hillary lost, they sent Roland out there to curse me out. And that's when I said, okay, these people are having think tank meetings about me. When Hillary lost, they start, Hillary lost, you know what?
Tariq Nasheed is stupid as hell. He dumb as hell, and y'all be listening to that dumbass Tariq. Okay. They must have had a meeting about me. Oh, they must have had a meeting about me. Oh, okay. Okay. That's when I start realizing how serious this thing was. To see where opinions are coming from and how opinions are being swayed and all this stuff. And the algorithms pointed to me. So they were like, oh, we got to target. And, because I'm such, I'm a regular dude. I be with my family all the time. Sometimes I don't realize the level of influence that I have, and I have a very dancing. It makes me a target for a lot of think tanks and intelligence agencies, and all I do is just give my opinion. I just give my opinion, and I just look at things from an analytical standpoint, and people just like. And I saw some people discussing this the other day, and they made some good points. They were like, Tariq he's like one of the few people, class and age lines. And I never really thought about it like that. I never really thought about it like that. But I have thought about it like that to a certain degree. Because, I have different ages of people who rock with me. And that's dangerous because a lot of stuff in the Black community, the younger people like that, or the wealthy people, or the well-to-do Black people like this, or the street Black people like that. And I'm one of the few people, ladies and gentlemen, that can bring all of those people together. The hood crowd, I can bring in the academic crowd, the scholars, the professionals, the older people, the elders, the middle-aged people, the children. When we did Hidden Colors, we had everybody coming through. It was older, the whole families. Y'all know families together. Your grandma liked it, your uncle liked it, the cats in jail liked it, your favorite rapper liked it, the kids liked it. We got kids showing up to the screenings, thanking me, damn, they're about to cry. They show it in elementary schools, they show it in universities, and they don't like Black folks. Oh, they don't like Black folks with that kind of influence because that's the influence that we didn't get a cosign from the dominant white society. We weren't backed by a corporate structure. I'm telling you, they don't like that. Man, we had Black people from all middle-class professionals, scholars, historians, intellectuals, the Black youth culture, the activists, the church crowd. They were showing Hidden Colors in churches, and and people do this a lot. They compare me to Malcolm X, which I really don't like because I don't. That puts a big target on me. Like who else is on that level? And I'm flattered by that, but I don't want to be the leader of nothing. The thing is, but they see the influence that I have out here by just being honest and just being truthful and just saying things how I see it. People can respect that. And they see that I'm not bought by anybody. I have a based identity that can't be co-opted. And that's the problem. See, they like movements that can be controlled. They like movements where a white person or a white organization can come in and pull the plug. You understand what I'm saying? See, they can't pull the plug on the delineation movement that's happening right now. There's no white corporation you can call and say, hey, just go ahead and squash that. Nah, you movement of delineation, man. That there was no corporate sponsorship, you know, at all. People trying to discredit it. It's a cult. That's a cult. It's a grifter. It's a group. It's an organization. That's people trying to gain control of it. They're trying to rebrand it so they can try to gain some kind of control because they see how powerful this thing is. You know? And this is why y'all see these weird accusations. See, because I can get along with different sectors of Black society, they try different things to discredit me with different sectors. Talking about he's a street dude, he was involved with murders and gangs and drugs. That's them trying to discredit me with the intellectual scholar crowd. And then they'll try to discredit me with the street crowd by talking about the CIA and the FBI. Yeah, he with the CIA and the FBI. When people ask questions like, well, show some proof or why. So these are alphabet agencies using these type of tactics. You know? Understand where that's coming from. And they see that I use my big platform, and you want to be very honest, nobody with the platform as big as mine is really stomping hard for reparations. Who else with a platform as big as mine, with an audience as big as mine, stomps for reparations like that? Y'all name it. Y'all give me some names. Tell me who has a big platform like me going hard in the paint for reparations. Yeah? Doing that on my level. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Sorry?
Where are you? Are you in the U.S.?
Oh no, I'm in Canada.
Or in Canada? Okay. What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
Yeah, what about you?
I'm good. I'm in the United States. I'm in Los Angeles. Well, I'm in. Oh, all right. All right, dear. All right, you playing music. I don't want to hear no damn music. Shit. I'm not trying to hear that. She's playing some. Was she Eritrean? What was she? What was she playing? Okay, yeah, she's playing some Eritrean raps. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that. Don't let's call her playing music. But was she trying to get shows? I don't know, man. But listen, man. Yeah, these reparations hearings out here. When I showed up, man, MS, what happened? NBC did an article on what is it? NBC.com. Had a big old picture of me on there. So I use my. A lot of folks are scared to do that when they get to certain levels, especially in the entertainment industry. You know, they kind of put a choke chain on themselves, and you know they kind of censor themselves. So I'll use my shit. I use my brand and name to stump. Oh, they really don't like that, you know. And my influence, they see it's organic. It's not manufactured by media algorithms. I mean, look, a lot of Black influencers, some of these dudes that you see, they're corporate sponsored. They're pushed, they really push these guys real heavy. Some of these dudes who do these little silly streams, some of these foreigners who ain't even from our lineage. I'm not naming names, and I'm not even dissing them. whatever you do, that's fine. I'm not dissing some of these guys, but you see some of these streams or whatever, they get pushed heavily. They're constantly pushing these guys. They ain't talking about nothing as far as us getting no tangibles, anything that's going to move the needle politically, so power. These dudes do these little silly streams and goofball pranks and stunts. Yeah, they'll put that all day. That's not a threat. Now, me and others, we get shadow banned all the time. I've had around 260,000 YouTube subscribers. Y'all know good and well my subscriber list should be in the damn millions. They be removing my subscribers. They shadow ban my stuff all the time, and we still get big audiences. Yeah, our brother Reza just got his YouTube channel back because Reza was spitting some hot fire and some truth. They had him on all types of watch lists, and they were censoring his stuff. So yeah, that's what it is. And with me, cultural resonance, grassroots credibility, I've stood on business from day one. And they can't really shut that down through traditional media control. When I started writing my books, they would sell my books on the streets. I started on the streets, dude. And never left. Never left. So yeah, I can get out here and hit the bricks and get things popping still. Yeah, we can get stuff popping in the media, but I can still hit these bricks and get it popping. And they don't like that. You can use the media apparatus and all the media, they have to follow the streets. They have to follow what the streets is doing. And when my first book came out, they were selling tens of thousands of copies on the streets. The media, they look like they're being left behind. They've always followed the lead of the foundation of Black American streets and grassroots. Yeah. When they raided my house and did all that shit on live TV. Yeah, that was an intimidation tactic. They were trying to intimidate. Yeah. Who is this? Who's this lady here? She's Asian. Let me see what's going on. Oh, this woman AI. She's scaring me. Let me get you out of here. You look weird, man. You just stuck. All right. That's some new narcotic. I don't know what she on. She's on that stuck weed, Advocating for the community, yeah, because I've been around for a long time. The minute I started stomping for the community real heavy, that's when I started getting slandered and raided and all of that. Yeah, that only right when before then, man, they had me all on MTV. They would, before I did Hidden Colors, and y'all know the story, they were trying to give me a television show. Right before Hidden Colors, these people were trying to give me a television show on net. Oh, yeah. I was my dude, B-Rock in the biz. Yeah, I was at that video. Yeah, I've been around for a minute, man. Who is this? Morale? Okay, it's trolling. Okay, come on, man. We ain't trolling. Come on, grow up, my dude. Man. Yeah, man. All these coordinated discrediting campaigns, because they're very coordinated. That proves the threat level that these people think I have. When you have dozens of troll channels, that's basically dedicated to me. You got whole troll channels and troll social media. He said, listen, he was talking about some of the online tactics that they use to target certain people. He's like, listen, if you see a page that's just really denigrating one person or trying to discredit one person, you're like, yeah, that's most likely that's us. That's the FBI. That's us targeting somebody. And you see that all the time. If you see a page or a channel that's basically all of it is discrediting me or trying to, that don't make sense. Yeah. So the coordination of the discrediting campaigns. Notice all these people, a lot of times they'll pop up with a whole bunch of anti-Tariq videos at the same time. Here on TikTok, who do these, not just anti-Tariq pages, but then they get into the anti-FBA pages. Because, yeah, this delineation, man, this thing is heavy. We haven't seen nothing this powerful since the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance is so powerful. Just like this delineation movement, it's a leaderless movement. Delineation is leaderless. This is why they're so desperate to make a leader of it. Ain't no leader. Nobody's claiming to be the leader. We ain't following Renaissance. See, the Harlem Renaissance was extremely powerful. There was no central organization or no official leadership. There was no chairman, no president, no council, no board, nobody who was officially in charge. None of that stuff. It was a bunch of expressing themselves and expressing creativity through music, literature, art, theater, politics, social thought. So it grew organically. Yeah. It grew organically. And the Harlem Renaissance had influencers. They had a whole bunch of influential people, but none of them were leaders of the overall movement. Zora Neale Hurston, she was influential. She wasn't a leader. Alan Locke, who people say was the godfather of the Harlem Renaissance because he wrote that book, The New Negro, which was very influential, but he wasn't the leader. You see, you got Claude McKay, even Duke Ellington. These people were very influential, but none of these people controlled or directed the movement. Everybody contributed with their own lane: poetry, music, scholarship, theater, but the movement made it powerful. And it was really a spontaneous grassroots explosion of the foundation of Black American genius. It was everyday Black people, musicians, writers, painters, scholars, all these people, nightlife, juke joint culture, all that stuff. Street level innovators, you have numbers runners, they were all influential too. It was the clergy, the intellectuals, even the street guys were influential in the culture of Harlem. And just like with the foundation of Black American delineation movement that we have now, it's organic, decentralized, spiritually driven. No outside group created it. No politician launched it. No institution controlled it. It's like the foundation of Black American delineation movement. This came from the community. It didn't come from me. I just kind of put a name to it. It wasn't created by me or by any one person. It was an organic movement. People just realized, hey, we got to respect and protect our own lineage. We have to respect and protect our own lineage. We saw how instinctively we said, okay, we got to protect, our lineage, our ancestors, and who we are, and our bloodline, because people are denigrating us. Behind the Harlem Renaissance. See, the unifying force with the Harlem Renaissance, it's the same thing with Foundation of Black Americans. We got on code without anybody having to announce it. See, the collective mission of the Harlem Renaissance, it was about, y'all remember at the time, early 1900s, when the Harlem Renaissance started, what what was going on around 1918 to 1940? What was happening at the time? At the time, what were they doing to Black people? You had all of these negative images of Black people in the newspapers. Y'all got to understand, early 1900s, 1920s, they were writing books like Little Black Sambo or Black people being inferior. That was the height of that, ladies and gentlemen. That was the height of Black people being shown as inferior. Also, this was the height of the eugenics movement. You understand? This was the eugenics scientists were trying to say how genetically inferior Black people were. Yeah, cartoons showing us all janky and weird. The Jim Crow laws were in full swing and lynchings were in full swing. And we want to redefine the Black identity on our own terms. That was the glue. That was the heartbeat. That was the code. We said, hey, all of us got together and said, hey, we need to show what we really are, depend on them. We're not going to let these people show it. Yeah, Birth of a Nation, right, they're right. Birth of a Nation was out, and that was the biggest movie of the day. So these movies praising the Klan and all these white people with blackface, and they're doing vaudeville show narrative. The central force that centered everybody was that we're going to redefine what Black is on our own terms. We're going to rewrite the image of Black people in America and the world. We're going to destroy the racist slave era narrative. We're going to showcase Black brilliance, Black excellence, Black creativity, Black humanity. That shared purpose kept everybody on code. They wanted to open, you know, this is why they were so damn fly. You look at the Harlem Renaissance, go back and look at some of those images and pictures. Sisters' hair would always be fly. The makeup, those sisters were in look great. Them brothers were tailored up. Man, go look at the Harlem Renaissance pictures, man. That made me want to go back in time and go kick it. Dances and fashion that everybody started to emulate. Yeah, put Cab Calloway and Duke Ellington, these brothers all fly. Josephine Baker was around at that time. Yeah, we grew on fade a point to dress real fly around that time. We wanted to show people how we can present well and dress fly and look good and dress to the nines. You know? We wanted to build our cultural identity unfiltered by white approval. Yeah, that was when we said, hey, we don't need white validation to define ourselves. And that was the glue that got everybody on code. It was a fact. It wasn't an exception. We wanted to show the world our genius. And that is what made Blackness a cultural thing. The Harlem Renaissance, that made Blackness a cultural thing. Yeah, that was the jazz era. Because remember, before the jazz era, they were denigrating jazz. The media would talk greasy about jazz. We said no, because they were telling people that, yeah, you listen, they were scaring white women. They were like, white women, if you go listen to jazz, oh, you're going to be a degenerate, you're going to be smoking with rock and roll too, by the way, later on. But yeah, we showed how jazz could be fly and sophisticated, and we associated it with elegance and class. We did that, ladies and gentlemen. We did that. You know? And we wanted to build community power, not just individual fame. It wasn't all about clout and all that stuff. They would share resources. They supported each other. They promoted each other's work. They built Black-owned literary circles. They uplifted the collective identity. And we got so on code we started reaching out internationally because remember, when Ethiopia was going through what they were going through, and I was arguing with this tether last night. Remember, I did a live last night, and this tether who said he was from Ethiopia trying to denigrate what we Foundation of Black Americans did to help out Ethiopia. This fool sat up here talking about it was really Britain occupied your dumb ass and controlled your damn resources. Yeah, but he started copping, please. This fool sat up here talking about Britain was help. Yeah, Britain helped get Italy off their backs. Yeah, so they can get on your back, fool. Yeah, Britain sat up there occupying Ethiopia and then started controlling your damn resources. They put didn't Britain put them on like the sterling or the British shilling? They made Ethiopia start using the British currency. So yeah, they said no, we ain't gonna colonize you with a gun. We're gonna colonize you through your economy. You know? So Britain said, no, we don't know that gun thing. Y'all know, Britain had to tell all them countries like Germany, y'all stop running up there with guns. Y'all just gonna make it hot for all of us. No, we'll show you how to do it. Y'all got to go in there and control their economy. Go in there and get them banks. Act like you cool with them, and then start taking over the resources and the money. Tell them, hey, listen, we're gonna help your economy out. We're gonna do business. So listen to our sterlings, and so because we partners, right? We partners. So yeah, they came in with a slick finesse. Britain, they knew how to finesse a little slicker. But yeah, we were over there teaching them how to fly planes in Harlem. They were raising money in Harlem for Ethiopia. And this was during the Great Depression. And we were raising money, sending money to help them. We were sending over in Harlem the whole shebang. We did a lot. And we weren't trying to colonize them. We weren't trying to get over. We just wanted to see them up. We said, hey, any person Black around the world, we want to make sure you're good. We're making sure we're good here in Harlem. We want to make sure Black people are good all over. That's the kind of energy and spirit that we have. That's that majority spirit that we have. That's how on code we were, ladies and gentlemen. You see, we were centered around the same mission. We wanted to reclaim and redefine Black identity and show the world that we can be codified with each other and make sure everybody's cool. And with us, this delineation movement, which is a Renaissance family, we are living right now. We are living in a Renaissance movement right now. And it is a leaderless movement, and the code is lineage. That's the thing that's holding everybody together, and that's what's making the tethers and the alphabet folks and the movement on lineage. Everything is all about maintaining the integrity of our lineage, honoring our lineage, upholding and uplifting our lineage, and getting compensatory justice for our lineage. Everything is centered around lineage. That's why all of these folks always come in and try to redefine that. It ain't no lineage. Y'all is a cult. Ain't no lineage. Y'all just hate Africans. Y'all ain't no lineage. Y'all redefine our lineage-based movement. You know? This is all lineage. Lineage is the glue that defines us. This is why they always come in, and what do they try to do? Man, ain't no FBA lineage. Y'all is African. Y'all is African just like me. We is all y'all immigrant too. We all immigrant. America was built by immigrants. The hell it was. It wasn't built by no damn immigrants. We ain't no goddamn immigrants. In any sense of the word. Yeah, y'all not gonna rewrite our damn lineage. See, that's that colonizer mindset. And these people, they ain't been checked before, family. See, we let these fools come around us who are already disrespectful, and they're so used to coming in, elbowing their way in. well, I'm more African than everybody in here, so my say is gonna trump everybody else say. And we're saying, sit your musty ass down. They ain't used to that. We're telling them to sit your ass down and shut up. And they ain't used to that. And I got a zero tethering policy. None of y'all can say nothing about us. Y'all better not say nothing about no FBA around me. You better not say nothing disparaging at all. You can't fix your lips to say shit at all, because y'all wouldn't let us do it in your homeland at all, and you ain't gonna do it here. That's the new normal. The FBI with respect. Y'all, the white man and paid y'all to stop all the unity. What unity, fool? What unity? No, we ain't gonna have. You can't have unity without respect. We ain't got no unity. And if you come around us trying to talk unity, you're gonna come in with respect first. The first thing you do in any unifying situation is respect. Establish respect. We're establishing respect. You're going to respect our lineage first, because our lineage helped get your punk ass over here. So that is going to be respected off rip. Before we talk about anything, that's going to be respected. If you ain't going to have a damn problem. Because, dude, I have too much respect for my ancestors, and I know what they've done, what the brothers and sisters did in Harlem, putting their lives on the line, fighting for all these different people. My family, your family, sitting here, fighting for civil rights, fighting for immigration rights for all these people. The words like Akata and y'all slaves, niggas are slaves, eat chitlins. We ain't doing none of that. We got a problem. No. We got a problem. Because see, understand power, man. You can't allow people to denigrate you or your ancestors. If we let our ancestors get disrespected by these people, like that, people like that tether revenue who are, y'all got bit by dogs and shit. Okay, all right, y'all got bit by dogs and the dog bit y'all up. A little disrespectful stuff like that. Yeah, you're going to get checked. Yeah, you're going to get checked. And that's the new norm. Yeah, you're not going to disrespect enjoying the benefits that they had to sacrifice for. And these are my direct blood people, blood relatives. You ain't going to disrespect them. Nigga, I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama. I was born in Detroit, but I grew up in Birmingham and LA too. But yeah, dude, I knew A.G. Gaston, the brother who was a lot of the finance. He had a boys club that I went to that was right over there by that church that got blown up with those black girls. Yeah, so I grew up in that area, dude. You ain't nobody about to come disrespect none of that. No, that ain't gonna be disrespected at all. So yeah, we gotta stand on that. Yeah, people are from Mississippi and Chicago. Yeah, a lot of our people, they come from Mississippi, they come from Alabama, go up there to the north. Yeah. Yes, indeed. That is the new norm. So when folks are coming in talking about some controlled opposition, stop all that. Y'all, who y'all think you're talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? Controlled opposition, that's a code for how dare foundational Black Americans stop being a nameless resource class. Resource class that they can just exploit indefinitely. Because when they say controlled opposition, they're talking about all of us. They're trying to throw shots at all of us. So they hate the fact that we are a distinct lineage with specific ancestors, specific history, and specific claims. They hate the idea that we are exercising our rights to prioritize this conversation. And they really resent the fact that we realize we ain't obligated to just carry everybody and sacrifice ourselves for everybody who's going to be ungrateful any damn way. Yeah? So that's why they don't control our position. You ain't that important. Let me talk to some of these non-FBAs real quick. I ain't trying to be mean with you. These FBAs are promoting a diaspora war. Listen, let me tell you something. People go to war over resources. One group wants what another group has. Y'all ain't got nothing to war for. Ain't nobody at war with you. We ain't at war with you. You ain't got nothing to war for. Why are we gonna fight a war where we ain't getting nothing? We just ain't letting you war against us. We ain't gonna let you just come in and do a hostile takeover. Yeah, you running your asses over here. Just dipping your hands in the pot all willy-nilly, and we're saying, hey, you're gonna have to hold back for a minute. You're gonna have to chill out for a minute, bro. I'm gonna slow it down for a minute. Slow your roll. That ain't no war. That's us saying, hey, let's just damn war. You ain't got nothing to war for. You're a refugee. A lot of you are a damn refugee. You don't go to war with refugees. And I'm not saying that to be mean-spirited. But come on, see, these people are paranoid because, see, delineation, that exposes who's been eaten off foundational Black American struggle. When we delineate, we start seeing, okay, who delineated from chattel slavery, who qualifies for reparations, who built these specific, yeah. We're just not letting people come in and financially and politically hijack culture. We're stopping that. Because every time we do something, all of the people, somebody want to come around, well, you know, that music, R&B, there was 1,000 years ago, and that's where R&B comes from. It comes from West Africa, from a guitar that was in the bushes. There was a banjo that they, okay, how come none of that shit sound like us then? Shut up, you xenophobic nigga. We're like, no, we're not doing that. We're not just going to pawn off everything we do to you. We're not doing that no more. Because we try to just be inclusive. Okay, all right, if you played a stick somewhere on a tree 1,000 years ago, okay, I guess we did it together. We were on that. We're just being charitable. We're being charitable, which we shouldn't have been. All right, nigga, you found a bird and cut its beak off and played a flute with the shit. Okay, you did that shit 2,000 years ago. All right, I guess that was jazz. All right, we did it together. And then it turns around and jazz it came from Africa. You got it from me. Then y'all start telling us we ain't got no culture. All right. So now we're going to have to reshuffle the deck. Yeah, when y'all start telling us we don't have a culture because we done pawned everything off on your ass and let you eat off of it, we gonna really show who did what. But what about the bird and the beak? Like nothing with the bird and the beak, nigga. Nothing. All right. We're gonna show what's on the board right now. We're gonna show who's putting numbers on the board. All right. But see that division talk, that's a fake concern. See, what they really tell you something, all that division, because we already divided. Let's stop all that division talk. They can never, ever tell you what exactly is being divided. Question, okay, we're being divided. What's being divided? What we got going on together that needs to be divided to the point where the damn feds and the CIA needs to get involved? What the hell we got going on? Ibrahim Traoré and okay, they start talking about the dude over there who's trying to get some independence. They keep trying to hang their hat on him. Ibrahim Traoré is getting things popping. Okay, stop. He ain't got nothing popping yet. Stop. It ain't nothing. We're not clicked in with him. We don't have anything popping to be divided. So that fake division talk, what they really fear is accountable for their actions now. You're being made accountable for your actions. Okay, we're saying, okay, wait a minute, delineation, that's going to start. We're going to put a chart up here. Okay, who built what exactly? Because y'all come over here and start talking about we and us. Hold on now. Because I've heard Joy Reid, we built the country and we, I'm like, Joy Reid, what's this French you talking, dear? You're an immigrant from the damn Congo somewhere. Hold on now. All this French shit. No. What's the no? Ain't no we now. We all in this together. No, not really. No. Who built what? Now we were over here building shit. We were building culture. Who was being martyred? Who was dying? Who was being sacrificed? Who was putting their lives out there for the cause? BAs who put their lives on the line and lost their lives. I don't know too many immigrants who did. Come on now. I pointed this out before. Who are the immigrants getting unalived over here during the civil rights movement? I can show you Dr. King. I can show you Malcolm. I can show you Medgar Evers. I can show you all the Black Panthers. I can show you Emmett Till. I can show you becoming martyrs for the causes. I don't know who were the immigrants. They were somewhere chilling. Stokely Carmichael got the hell up out of here. He put on them flip-flops and went to Africa. He bounced. Who were the immigrants really losing their lives over here? None. Come on. Let's talk about it. When people, I don't like all that we and us talk when the all of a sudden it has to be divvied up with every damn body. Hold on. And the first people in line, immigrants, Latinos, all of a sudden when the minority benefits come through off of civil rights sacrifices, they jump in the fray with their bucket out, trying to collect some coins. They weren't dying either, by the way. All right, all that black and brown talk. Who are the brown people not being sacrificed or martyred? Those Latin organizations told us they weren't rocking with us. Go look up LULAC. That was one of the biggest Latin organizations in America. It still is. And these people told us, hey, the Negro problem is not our problem. Yeah, they talking about some goddamn Juan Crow. Y'all, yeah, somebody mentioned that. Juan Crow? What the fuck? Like was almost talking about, yeah, the blacks, they went through Jim Crow. Yeah, we were going through the same thing. Juan Crow. Juan who? What Juan Crow? Y'all were fighting to be white. Fuck you talking about? Y'all weren't being unalived? Hell are you talking about? Yeah, that's some shit they came up with around 2008. Talking about Juan Crow. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, man, we should have been delineating, man. People, that's disrespectful. These people didn't sacrifice nothing, and we just said enough is enough. We're cool. And a lot of folks don't like that. They got used to the free eating. They got used to the free lunch program. Sometimes it's like you're feeding birds or you're feeding a cat. If you just keep giving it food, it's just going to come back and then it'll get hostile. When you don't have no more food, like at my house in LA. Before we had our dogs, we had a whole bunch of animals in our backyard. All types of animals would show. There'd be a bunch of rabbits in the backyard, and we still got squirrels, but the neighborhood cats would wander in the backyard, and You know, sometimes there'd be a little food out there, and then the cats would get bold. The cats be looking and I'm like, get the hell out of my goddamn yard. And the cat's looking at me like I owe you something. You know? But when my dogs, we got our dogs, we got little dogs, but we got our big fat ass dog Lulu, who's a French bulldog. Let me tell you, French bulldogs with the shit now. Let me tell you something. Who got a Frenchie? Let me tell you something. Them French little fat dogs, but yeah, let something run up in your yard. Them Frenchies are gonna be on that damn bumper, especially if it's small. That's what they were bred for. They were bred for hunting rodents and shit. But my dog Lulu, big fat ass, be hopping around the yard killing everything. It's on sight with Lulu fat ass. Let us squirrels. Lulu big chunky ass be killing rabbits and squirrels and possums. I go outside as a dead. Lulu big ass be with the business. You know? Yeah, went to the vet. Yeah. The vet was like, "What y'all feeding this dog? This is a heavy ass damn dog." You know? But yeah, Lulu. Yeah, Lulu's with the sitter, very lovely white people. And boy, they be over there having a good ass time at the white people house. Boy, they be so happy over there because there's other dogs and they get to sleep in the bed and shit with the white, because the dog sitters be having them all in the bed and all that. You know, black households, we don't play that shit. We be, get your ass off this damn couch. It's that. And I guess they got gourmet dog food for them over there. The dog sitter be saying, "Oh, look at your babies," and Lulu and Hunter, they get all that gourmet dog food. You know, at our house, you're gonna get Popeye chicken bones. All right, you're gonna get some of the old school black dog treats. That's what you're gonna get. You better enjoy them Wingstop bones, my nigga. That's what you gonna get. All right. Leftover yams. You're gonna get turkey wings. All right. You're gonna get what we eat. You gonna eat. They eat what we eat. All right. All right. Yeah, we don't do too much gourmet stuff. And sometimes they might have to eat some leftover ramen noodles. It's a new norm right now, man. A lot of people just feel a certain way because the delineation, man. A lot of people, you're going to be held accountable for disrespecting us. You're not going to come around us doing all of that. Y'all need to, what about crime in Chicago? You're going to get checked. All right? You're not at liberty to do that. And then they're going to gaslight and act like we're attacking them. No. If you come over here from a third world talking about we need to get it together, what about crime in Chicago? We're going to gently remind you, you're not going to pull that Prince of Zamunda stuff, because that's a thing. That's another thing. For a long time, some of these folks come over here from these different countries. And I guess we didn't travel as much as we do now, because we travel now. We out there now. You know, back in the 80s and 90s, we weren't going out to these places. So they come over here and tell us a bunch of bullshit. Yes, I'm very rich at my homeland. I am over here. I do import to expand the business. You know, they come over and run that game. And then we start seeing what it was really like. And brother, y'all better not come over here with no bullshit. Don't come over here wagging your finger. Brother, your luggage is full of bushmeat. You're not going to come denigrate us. Come on now. Let's get some act right. Yeah. So, yeah, we get some straightening. See, the thing is that we got to go build Wakanda. oh, we got to go build a Wakanda over there now. No, we just ain't going for that, man. That ain't working no more. The last person who tried to do that was Akon with that Akon Cities talk, and we didn't go for it. Remember, I'm going to build a city with flying saucers. Oh, it's going to be high-speed metro rails. Oh, man, we need to leave America. Why we here for, man? I'm about to build Akon City. We got the motherland. We got everything we need. We're going to have vibranium. They didn't build a toilet. They didn't build nothing. Well, they didn't build nothing. And we didn't expect it. No disrespect. We good. We're good. Yeah. See, the Pan-Africans are still holding on to that. Some of the older cats, they're still trying to hold on because they've invested their lives into that. So they don't want to admit that it ain't popping. Shout out to Claude Anderson, who was one of the elders, who said, hey, man, get off that Africa shit. It ain't happening. We ain't buying homeland. This is where we going to get things popping, right here. Let's not even get on that. And he was right. Manticism. Hell, there's a reason why cats are hopping on an inner tube to get the hell up out of there, dude. And I'm not crapping on Africa, but I'm a realist. And that ain't no CIA talk. Get the hell out of here. From some damn CIA. What's the mission? When people start talking about some damn CIA and the FBI got y'all to divide Africa. Dude, the CIA and all the intelligence agencies already, they got Africa locked down right now. The hell who y'all think y'all talking to? They already got Africa locked down. Africa's been locked down by Western powers completely since the damn 1800s.
Subscribe.
But I want y'all to understand something. Them attacking our lineage, that comes out of the COINTELPRO program majorly. This is why when we fight for our lineage, we're looked at as a threat because we start unifying people. And the name of the game is no unity. We ain't supposed to be unified. We're not supposed to be unified. This is why to unify people. That's why they're always attacking me. And trying to reframe me as a leader. They know good well I ain't a leader or nothing. That's the problem. I want y'all to understand something. When y'all see people, let me tell y'all something. At this point, anytime you see people call me the leader, Tariq is the leader. Is this your leader? That's the leader. That's a fed. Anytime you hear somebody talking about I'm a damn leader, that's a fed frame. Because you understand, listen, they don't have a problem with no leader. Leaders can be taken out easily. They don't have a problem with a leader. But somebody who can kind of spiritually
galvanize people just spiritually. Just the spirit and the energy can just galvanize people from different classes and different age groups. That's the problem. That's the problem. There is no leader. That's the problem. Family, in the COINTELPRO documents, I want y'all to understand a very important word that was in that document. J. Edgar Hoover said, we have to prevent the rise of a Black Messiah. He didn't say leader. We have to prevent the rise of a Messiah in the Black community. Why did he use the word Messiah? That's a very interesting word he used. He used that word for a reason. Hoover wasn't worried about no Black leader. See, a Messiah, that implies a supernatural threat, ladies and gentlemen, not just political opposition. Hoover wasn't worried about no Black leader. We've always had Black leaders. They knew they could take. No. What they were worried about was somebody who could spiritually electrify the masses, somebody who could unite different factions of Black America. You understand? So him acknowledging a Messiah could do that, somebody with a Messiah energy, with that kind of influence. He has organizations. So he feared a movement. It wasn't the individual. He feared a movement. I want y'all to feel me on this. Messiah was a coded language for a Black figure or Black figures with cross-class reach. A leader only reaches followers. A Messiah can reach the educated, the poor, the street class, the religious, the secular, afraid of mass appeal. You know, that type of appeal that foundational Black Americans naturally gravitate towards when somebody speaks the truth with conviction. You see? Because, Messiah, they think, okay, that's going to evoke resurrection. He didn't use Messiah randomly. You know? A Messiah can resurrect a suppressed movement. A Messiah can breathe life into a dormant struggle. A Messiah can bring unity after decades of fragmentation. So Hoover knew after slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, that any reawakening of Black unity would threaten demonic white supremacy. You understand, family? This is why people are freaking out now over us delineating, because they see it as a spiritual threat, ladies and gentlemen. That's all that Messiah talk was in the COINTELPRO papers. You know? The Messiah is linked to liberation. That frames Black liberation as not just an internal threat, but a major threat. Because see, a Messiah figure to them represents collective identity, organized resistance, ideological independence, ethnic pride, autonomy. So that was a problem. You see? And they use that term. They know that foundational Black Americans, we're spiritually anchored. They understood, that we have deep religious traditions, we have community, spiritual influences. We have oral traditions of prophecy. They know this. Wait, hold on. Can y'all chill out for a minute? All right. Y'all got to chill out, man. Y'all keep making requests. Come on, man. Damn. I'm trying to talk to the family. You got these damn dry begging ass.
People calling up. I'm trying to talk to the family. Damn. They keep making these requests and it gets annoying because it keeps popping up and they just keep doing it over and over, even when I decline. Yeah. About that whole Messiah thing. They didn't want no spiritual energizing of us because they understood that there's a spiritual essence, and when we get on code with each other spiritually and around our lineage, they know there's spiritual ramifications. He did not use that term Messiah accidentally. This is why family, they know when we get on code with each other, especially around our lineage and how powerful our lineage is, when we tap into who we are and who our ancestors are, and we start giving them respect and praise, we tapping back into that, we're powerful. And it moves things. That's why family, when Charlie Kirk got poom poomed and pew pewed, why did they focus on us, family? I talked about this before. When Charlie Kirk got pew pewed, they start low-key blaming us. Y'all understand that? They thought we did something spiritual. That's why they started attacking HBCUs. Charlie Kirk got pew-pewed by his fellow white supremacists, and what did they do? They called up threatening HBCUs all over the country. They said, "Oh, you blacks, we know you did something, but we know, oh, you conjured up some hoodoo. Y'all did this. We just know you did it." Because the way it happened was, ooh, it was cold. Right when he was talking greasy about us. Pow. Oh, the way it happened was so symbolic. They like, oh, they felt it was the ancestors. They were like, did y'all conjure up your damn what did y'all do? That's why they went after the HBCUs. The HBCUs are hubs for foundational Black American culture and ancestral energy for foundational Black American culture. That's what the HBCUs are. They represent that. That's the embodiment of it. Those HBCUs. Yeah. Oh man, well, they were so mad at us and they couldn't put their finger on it. They wanted to get at us so bad. And listen, remember, y'all, I did a broadcast with this Karen who was losing her mind. Y'all go back and listen to this broadcast I did. She was like, yeah, Charlie Kirk is there because of you people. He was literally blaming us. He was like yelling at us, blaming us. I'm like, man, what are you talking about? We didn't do that. Then she tried to reel it back.
They read me under Saturn from Twitter. You know, I'm not saying name or I made a new one just because you came up here. But my main point of getting up here was, bro, it is getting sick, dude. You got a tether in Atlanta. It's looking for bushmeat. Oh my God. Tether, he already blocked me on live. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? You're literally a tether. He's like, bro. I'm like, bro, you're literally just universal. I'm like, no, bro, that comes from the USA. And then he blocked me. I'm like, bro, you're literally a tether. He was literally like, bro, if you have bushmeat, I need it so I can eat it on live to make y'all mad. I said, bro.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know the context of any of that. Okay, yeah, it's yeah. You sound like you spoke on something. So yeah, so I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. You're not putting nothing in context. We don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you can't come in high. You can't come in high. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah. Y'all stepping on the weed out here. All right. Y'all don't sell that man nothing else. All right. Goddess, I tried to get you on, Goddess. Hold on. Goddess, hop on in here. Goddess, hop on in here. Looking like a 90s R&B singer. Mhm. Hop on in here, Goddess. Goddess has a 90s R&B singer vibe. Mhm. Yes, hop on in here. Mhm.
I'm in bed, brother.
Okay, where you from?
Chicago. I'm cracking up. You always have me laughing.
Yeah, you got that 90s look with the headband on. Like you're in a 90s group.
We appreciate you, Tariq. You are really the truth. And these tethers are having their tether tactics and their tether tears, and it's looking real crazy out here. But I love
How's everything going out in Chicago, by the way?
it's great. It's great. You know how we do out here.
Yes,
We do what we gotta do, keep it moving, keep it pushing, honey.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Eat some of that Harold's chicken for me. All right?
Yes, with mouse sauce, honey.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I got to get my family to want to go. I've been to Chicago many times, but my family, they've never been there. They've been wanting to go out there because they can watch people be sleeping on Chicago's food. Nigga. Where my people? Have y'all been to Chicago? To visit. I know the people live there, but just to visit. Where the non-Chicagoans. Have y'all been to Chicago? Had the food there? I don't know why people are sleeping in Chicago. Chicago's food is the fucking truth, man. Man, that food is off the chain in Chicago. We got the Harold's in LA now. I stay up in Harold's. That Harold's mouse sauce, man. There's another spot that's like a rivals of Harold's. We're my Chicago people, and I gotta try it when I go to Chicago. They keep telling, some people say it's better than Harold's. What's the place where my Chicago people, y'all know what I'm talking about. What's that other place? Is it Uncle Remus? Is Uncle Remus better than, because I keep hearing, I get mixed reviews. Some of my Chicago people say, nah, Harold's is good, but you need to rock with Uncle Remus. Is Uncle Remus better than Harold's? Is his chicken better than Harold's? Oh, Uncle Remus, okay. Somebody said no, it's not. It depends on Green Acres. They got a place called Green Acres. The one in Inslee is better than the one downtown. So yeah, location. The location, right. Harold's fell off? Somebody said Harold's fell off. Oh, the one in Hollywood in LA is good. But Uncle Remus, okay, I gotta go to Uncle Remus. How many locations is Uncle Remus? How many locations is Uncle Remus? Because when I was filming out there not too long ago, and I didn't have a chance to get up there because they got 4 locations, all out on the west side. Okay. Central and Madison. Okay. Oh, where? Okay. Okay. When I go there, I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna see what's better. I'm gonna see if Uncle Remus is better than Harold's, because Harold's is the damn truth. MacArthur's is better. All right. But yeah, Chicago's off the chain, man. The food out there is bomb as hell. We almost got 500,000 hearts in here. Everybody put some hearts up there, please. We almost got 5. MacArthur's ain't good. Somebody said MacArthur's is. Oh, they got some good. What's the good barbecue joints in Chicago? What's the best barbecue joints in Chicago? Y'all tap the screen. We got almost 500,000 likes. Let's tap in Chicago. All right. And yeah, location makes, yeah, that's another thing about y'all Chicago. I got a bone to pick with y'all asses. And I thought y'all heard me, I didn't talk about this story a million times. Because y'all are funny style on that location thing. Because that's the thing about Chicago. All right, let me get it. Yeah, Sawtooth. You knew just where I was going. Goddamn Sawtooth. I ain't never forgave y'all for that Sawtooth shit. I ain't never forgave y'all Chicago for Saw. Y'all sent me and my crew to the hoodest fucking club on earth. Nigga, you're out there. And I was like, hey man, what's going on after, after the lecture, we're trying to hit something. Y'all, hey, go to Sawtooth. Yeah, y'all need to, Sawtooth is popping tonight. I was like, oh, okay. Multiple people kept telling us about this club called Sawtooth. All right, Sawtooth then. It was a couple of different locations. They sent us to the wrong one. Well, we just went to the wrong one. They didn't tell us it was a couple of different Sawtooths. Because after we told them where we went, they're like, oh, no, not that one. Oh, okay, nigga. Okay. It's too late now, nigga. Shit. Oh, you went to the wrong one. What the fuck you didn't tell me? Nigga, we went to this hood-ass spot. From what I understand, it ain't even there no more because this is what we're dealing with. Nigga, we went to this club and it was hood as hell. We get up there, people are cool, but it's real hood. And we out here just having a good time, and we mingling. It's kind of hood though. All these gangsters in there, and it's hood. I'm dancing with a chick, and a knife fall out of her purse. Then there was a fight in there. I'm like, okay, we got to get the hell out of here. So we getting out of here because it's a fight, and okay. And then nobody would pick us up because we're taking cabs. And when they found out where we were, and we were trying to call cabs, and this was freezing. It was cold as shit, and I ain't used to that Chicago. It's cold and windy, so that cold ass fucking Chicago air tanned my ass up. And we couldn't catch a cab. So we're over here, we're calling, hey, hello? We kept calling cab companies and they were scared to come over there. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So we're stuck over here. Nigga, we called every cab company we called, they would just hang up. We say salt, they wouldn't even let us get the tooth out. Salt, click. So the place had a fucked up reputation, is in the hood. We're walking out of the hood. We have to walk somewhere. We don't know where we're going. We cold and freezing. We walk for damn an hour. I'm like, man, come on, Chicago. Why y'all do us like this? I look at a news report where there was a shooting and there's yellow tape around the club. Your Sawtooth is going to be closed for indefinitely because of another shooting. I'm like, man. Come on, y'all didn't have to. Y'all got to let us know about locations, man. Y'all got to let us know about locations. Oh my goodness! Stop that. I'm good. I'm cool. I'm good. We got you next time. I'm good. I'm cool. I'm good. Yes, I'm good. than that, I love Chicago. Chicago was off the chain. Yeah, DC got some good restaurants too. They do. Yeah, Georgia Brown. That's one of my spots. Yeah, I told you when I'm in DC, yeah, Georgia Brown's is my. I love that spot. But right down the street from there, because my hotel was over there, I went to this place, and I told you about it. They were like, "Yes, it's a soul food African fusion place." And nigga, that was, and I went in there. Nobody's in there. That should have been the first sign. No, no, no. They had like black-eyed Jollof. It was some weird bullshit, dude. It was not the business. They had gumbo-y goosies. It wasn't the business. They kept trying to mix it. No, no. Yeah, well, that should have been the sign right there. Was nobody in there. I'm the only person in there. Right there was the sign. But I'm like, I'm open-minded. Let me try. Be some turkey. This shit clearly wasn't a turkey. All right. It was some kind of charred meat. I said, I want turkey. They gave me some shit that had ears and a tail. I ain't never seen a fucking turkey with ears and a tail. Whatever this shit was, it had ears and a tail. I can't tell you what it was. But it wasn't no damn turkey. And I didn't eat that bitch. All right, check please. Walk my ass across the street to Georgia fucking Brown. Shit. And it's whatever this place is, right? It's like right down the street from Georgia Brown's. Y'all might know what I'm talking about. Shit. Hell no. Man. Oh, Lord. So, yeah, you don't want to find out, man. Let me get one more person in here. Let me see. Let's get one more person. Should we get one more person? Let me get one more person in here. This is the real Terry Harris. Now, Terry, this is the Terry Harris. This is the Gerald Levert impersonator. Because this is a brother. Terry, is that you? Because there's a brother who called it. He's a Gerald Levert impersonator. Hold on, Terry Harris. Where you at? There's a brother in here named Terry Harris. Is that brother he's the Gerald Levert impersonator? All right. Hold on, who is this? Let's see who this is. Oh, somebody bounce. With Terry Bounce. But I think that's his name, Terry Harris. And I think he lives in Texas. Terry, is that you? Where'd you go, brother? Man. Yeah, Terry wanted to sing at one of our events. I think that's him. I think because he's like, I said, what do you do? He's like, I'm one of the world's leading Gerald Levert impersonators. And I think I'm not knocking that, but I don't think we need a Gerald Levert impersonation at the event. You know, yeah, it's real random. It's very, very random. That's random as hell. This brother is a Gerald Levert impersonator. And we're talking, like, yes, we're trying to get our check. And by the way, we got Terry Harris. Every man deserves a good woman. Casanova. All right. I don't know how that's going to tie in. I don't know how that's going to tie in at all, but get some tangibles and my body all over your body, baby. Your body all over my body, baby. All over your body. All right. All right. Oh, goodness. But shout out to that brother. Yeah, he's getting work, and man. Yeah, love Gerald Levert. That's a legend. Gerald was a big old player. Yes, indeed. All right, well, I wanted to get one of these FBA sisters up here before we roll out. I like to have y'all energy. FBA sisters, your energy kind of has a cleansing for the room. There's a cleansing energy. FBA sisters, especially the older sisters, I always talk about it. The energy, they leave a certain energy in the place. It's a cleansed spirit energy that they leave. You know, anytime they do events, because people rent out the Hidden History Museum, and when it's the old school FBA sisters, well, they always leave the place just impeccable than it did when they got there. Well, they always come through and just bring a whole great energy. Yeah. Who's that? Who's Panamanian? Your mom's Panamanian, your dad's from South Carolina? Hold on. Hop on there. Hold on. Y'all know. Give your host. Hold on. Where's that sister who said, okay. Hold on. Where you at? What's up, Esoteric? Hop on in, beloved. Esoteric, hop on in, dear. Let's discuss, Miss Esoteric. What's up?
Hey, sorry, in the dark. I'm in my bed. I'm in the dark.
Girl, it's all right. If you look good in the dark, you'll look good in the light. It don't matter. Yeah, your bonnet don't matter. Let's hop on. Let's see what's going on with you.
Tariq, no, I'm not getting up. I'm under my covers. No, but seriously, I really wanted to know because, first of all, shout out to you. I love everything you do for the people, you know, and all that good stuff. And I do follow you on Twitter, and I be, you know, in your spaces, and they be funny as hell.
So if you know my work, if you know what I talk about, you know if your mother, you said your mother's Foundation Black American?
No, my mother is Panamanian, and my dad is from South Carolina.
Oh,
but I was born here in New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My dad was a singer though. Like he was signed to RCA back in the day. So like I don't know.
What's his name?
Vic Marcel. You can look him up. His name is Charlie Mitchell. He went by Charlie Mitchell, and then he went under Vic Marcel. He used to sing with Nina Simone's husband. He had a band or whatever, but yeah.
Okay.
So I want to know, like, does that make me, like, am I considered FBA?
Yeah, if your dad is, you have an FBA lineage. Yeah, if your dad is.
Okay.
If he comes from South Carolina, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Cowpens. Yes, Spartanburg.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, that's what's up.
Now, how old are you? Because your dad was singing back in the damn 70s. That means you're like 49 or 50. How old are you?
And first of all, my mother always told me that a man should never ask a woman her age. Like, she always said that.
Your dad is he went on a date with Bridget. That's who Bridget went on a date with. Who was trying to grab her titty. That's your
Oh,
day.
you know what? And he might have, he might have. Yes, and I did. I was young, you know. I met him in college or whatever.
Oh wow.
We was young. Yep, and we was together for 20 years.
Damn.
So yeah, we have 3 children together.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, and
How old is the youngest? How's the youngest baby?
she's 12.
Okay, little baby girl. Okay.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, it's his mom and them stayed, but he was always fighting for me. It wasn't about him. He was not like the way they were. He was more Americanized.
What were they
You
saying
know?
about you? What were they saying about you?
You know, you go marry a kata. Now, wow, you go marry a kata. She said, a kata no they cook. They don't like to clean. No. So when she really, we not like that. Like I don't know what Black person that you've seen with those kind of negative, you know, things on them, but like we not like that. And she saw that, but her hate was still so strong. It's ridiculous. Like we even went over there, and like they was all praising me and all this stuff. Not the mom, and they were treating me like I was a queen and everything. And then his other family over here is just like the total opposite. It's crazy.
Wow.
It's like they be hating. They hate so bad. And you know, now we're kind of separated now, he and I, but you know, it is what it is. But the after, like, it's really thick.
Yeah. Wow. So
Yeah.
who you dating now?
Right now, no. I'm just on my spiritual journey. I'm just uplifting myself, loving on myself, loving on my kids, my children, you know, and focusing on my little apothecary and my little botanica. That's it.
There it is. There it is, beloved. Thank you so much, dear.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, dude. I would. I wish I would be in a relationship and somebody's foreign family talk greasy. Boy, I wish. Man, I freaking wish. And I've always wished somebody's third world ass family. Man, they get the right ones, dude. Boy, they get the right ones. Man, I wish you would say something. Man, I told y'all before, a long time ago, back when I was a teen in Panorama City Mall, that was one of our little hangout spots. So we're cool. We just, you know, me and the buddies go up there and we just be friends with people who work there. Some of the girls who work up there, and they work in the little booths and stuff like that. They work in the store. We just be cool with everybody. We go up there, that's what teenagers do. There's one Mexican girl up there who we were cool with. She worked at, we talking? And she said to me one day, she's like, yeah, I would like to go. It may be cool if you and I could go on a date and we can go date, but man, I couldn't date you because my family would trip. Boy, I do. When she said that, I got so damn offended. I'm like a teenager. Like her family would trip if she dated me. First of all, I don't like you like that. I mean, you cool. I don't even look at you like that. First of all, that's first. Yeah, first, where did that come from? That just came out of left field. No, you're cool. As you know, I see you assume that I would want to date her. She just assumed that. And it's okay to shoot your shot, but she was pretty confident. Like if she wanted to date me, it was going to be a green light. So I got kind of, okay, yeah, you cool, you all right. Then her family would trip. I'm like, what makes you think I give a fuck about family? Why would I try to please a Mexican family? It's like, I wouldn't try to get in the good graces of your family. Yeah, I remember being extremely offended by that as a teen. So I've always had that mindset of people who come from foreign backgrounds acting like they're doing us a favor by getting in a relationship with us. No, you're not doing me no favor. The hell you think you are? And what talking to? The hell? Yeah, she said it almost like you would be doing me a favor. I really got offended by that. I really got offended by that. Yeah. But yeah, that was back in the days. We go to the mall and hang out. One of my homegirls that we used to hang out with back in those days, I saw her later. She turned into a full stud. And dude, she was a beautiful black girl, beautiful, cute black girl. And she turned into a whole nigga. Kind of felt bad. Because when she rolled up on, I kind of felt bad. I don't know why. She was like one of the, you got a homegirl who's just real cool. You never messed around with. Me and her, we just never messed around. We're just hella cool, real cute, as cute as you want to be, though. But I was always, I was dating folks at the time or whatever. But me and her, she was a real cool chick. Man, and I ran into her about 25 years later at a gas station. And it was a dude. I thought it was I heard, I'm pumping gas at a gas station, and I heard somebody say, "Yo, King Flex." And I'm like, okay, who's? And for anybody, because when certain people call me certain names, that means, okay, they must know, nobody called me that now. So, and it's a dude, I'm at the gas station, "Yo, King Flex." I'm like, what the fuck? And I look over this dude. I'm like, who is this nigga? I'm saying, is this one of my ops from back in the day? This nigga waited around for revenge? Okay, I'm trying to ease over to my car to get something. "Yo, what's up, King Flex? What's happening?" I say, "What's up?" And they like, "It's me." Who the fuck is me? I don't know who me is. "Nigga, it's me, Vanessa." Oh, what? Okay, nigga. What the fuck? This is awkward. Okay. All right. Shit. Okay. It's like, damn, Vanessa, what happened? Nigga, Vanessa was oh my God. I don't know, that just made me feel bad. Okay. It just made me feel bad. I talked to Vanessa for a minute. Yeah, I'm out here just doing my thing, I'm still okay. I don't know what to talk to Vanessa about now. I don't know what to talk about. You still talk to Ricky and him? Yeah, I haven't, we trying to reminisce about old people. I'm like, all right, is this nigga a punk now? Did everybody change? All these people she's naming, are they cool? I said, somebody said, did I smash? No, hell no, I didn't smash. Damn, hell the fuck no. No. People change, man. People change. People be changing, man. But anyway, all right, let me. It's a big mess. Yeah. Okay. Cause yeah, man, you people that you man, people change. Shit, man. You ain't seen them in 20, 30 years. Understand, man, people change. I was talking to a buddy of mine who came to the museum, man. And we were, because I've known him since I was a teenager, and we just old folks we used to hang out with. And I'm like, damn, people dying, and he's like, yeah, such and such. He been on drugs. A chick I used to mess with, like, yeah, she's on crack now. Like, damn. Okay. I done smashed them. Damn. It was a cute chick back in the day, real cute ass chick, and now she's a crackhead. I hope she'll be throwing my name out there in the streets. I used to date Tyree. Now he, okay, don't say that while you're on crack now. Shit. All right, don't say that. Don't tell nobody. Tell them before the crack. It was if you tell them you dated me, tell them it was before the crack. Just put it in the right. God damn. Yeah, because people be doing that. I know Tyreek. And then the word is, I done smashed the crackhead. No, it was before the crack. Yeah, don't put that shit in context. And also, I saw one of my exes. Ooh, fine ass shit. She was a model. I met her. She was a model. She was literally model. This motherfucker was fine. Early 90s. Fine as shit. Fine ass motherfucker. Lived in Torrance. Fine ass. This was all no BBL shit. Cute ass toes. Everything. Big old natural breasts. Everything about this motherfucker was fine. 90. Y'all know the 90s fine? When I say 90s fine, this motherfucker was fine. You understand? For real. The epitome of 90. You go look at them, those 90s episodes of Soul Train on them fine ass sisters. She was that bad ass motherfucker. Fine. And I saw her ass on damn Facebook. Shit. She's 900 pounds fat. She went from 90s fine to 900 pounds. She's big as hell. God damn. What the hell? She don't look even remotely the same. I know people change, but damn, but she got big back and her head got all big. Damn. Yeah, it changed. Yeah, it really changed. Yeah, real big. She had a big old head now. Her head big. She got a big old. I'm like, how did her head get so damn big? Head. Her head, she has a big head. All right, dookie braids on her big head. I'm like, God damn, how this motherfucker get? How did she go this fine into this? Okay, yeah, it's kind of that's what I'm thinking. Somebody said hormones. I was thinking that too. I'm like, she must have been on some kind of hormones or something. Somebody, I'm trying to be sensitive. So I might have it might have been some kind of medical things. I don't know. Natural braids. She had a ET head. Yeah. It might have been some thyroid problems. So I gotta be sensitive. It might have been some thyroid problems. Yeah, yeah. Because for you to be that fine, yeah, there's something You know, God bless. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to disparage, but I'm like, damn, people change. People change. Not saying, I understand, people change. I'm just talking about just, you don't know. That's why I'm not putting nobody's name and stuff out there. Just somebody that I used to know, just making a point about how people change over the years. Life happens. People change over the years. And people get different things I don't like. You'll be losing ass. I saw a chick who had a nice firm ass back in the damn late 90s. And then I saw her ass on Facebook. She got a little old narrow, scrawny ass. Well, what the hell happened to that ass? Ass all gone and sunk in. Ass just gone. Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's some people to see that. No, the ass went to the front. All the ass is in the stomach. The ass is just gone. You had a nice ass back in the day. Mhm. Does carrying a child make you lose ass? I don't know. I don't know. Who's that asking? Have I carried a child? Yeah. Yeah. Who's that? Marley, hop on, because you're up here trying to be judgmental. Marley, hop on in here. Yeah, people change. Marley, hop on in here since you're trying to be judgmental. Man. Is the Panorama Mall still up there in Panorama City? Yeah, that it might be. Marley, hop on up. Yeah, you up here talking about have you carried a child? Marley, you hop on in here and say what you got to say and say it with your chest. All right, don't be saying stuff in the room. We just talking. We just talking. You know? All right, let me get some folks in here. Where y'all at? Yeah, we been in here for a minute. We in here live. Man, who is this? Black Hat. Let's get Black Hat in here. What's up, Black Hat? How you doing, buddy? Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Okay, yeah, I can't hear you, sir. I can't hear you. Okay, I can't hear you, but I don't want to. Okay, okay. I can't hear you, sir. I can hear you. Okay. They dry begging. They go with the dry begging. I can hear you, brother. You got to turn your microphone up. All right. You say you're not judging. It's called observations. Marley, hop on in. Hop on in, Marley. You're in South Africa. Are you in South Africa, Marley? Marley, hop on in. Hop on the microphone and say what you got to say, beloved. Yeah, hop on. Yeah, you saying stuff. And I see you got all them foreign, doing all of those sneak dissing. Yeah, hop on and say what you got to say. You're always running from immigration. Yeah, come on now. All right. Hop on in and say what you need to say. All right. So, they're all up in our business. We just chopping it up. All right. Yeah, stand 10 toes on what you got to say. Man. And me and Marley she got like 2 foreign flags up there. It won't allow you to accept. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Just accept the invitation. Yeah, just accept. There you go. Is that you? Yeah, just accept the invitation. Just hop on in. Trying to act like she got technical difficulty. No, if you up here talking, that means everything works, ma'am. Everything works. Hop on in. That means everything works. Who is this guided one? Who is guided one? Okay. Yeah, everything works. Let's try guided one. Guided one. What's up, guided? The Myron Gaines is in here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I used to go on your Twitter lives, and I did tell you like TikTok is meant for you. You gotta come in on TikTok. I'm glad you're finally on TikTok.
Oh yeah, my man, I love it over here. It's a vibe. Now, have I talked to you on Twitter before?
Many times, yeah, a few times here and there. Yeah. I'm one of the Somali trolls, as you call it.
Oh, okay. Oh man, are you in Minnesota?
No, different in Canada.
Oh, okay, from Canada. Now, you got to entertain us. Show us that head. Show us that hairline real quick. Get on here.
No, I like the anonymity, but I just want to come up and say welcome to TikTok.
There you go. He didn't want to show that damn hairline, though. All right. He didn't want to show that. He did not want to show that. Get on up here and show that damn head. Show that damn hairline. All right. Man, shout out to everybody in here. Respect to the family. All right. Shout out to everybody in here. Don't forget, we got an event happening at the Hidden History Museum on Saturday, December 20th. Ladies and gentlemen, Saturday, December 20th. We got a phenomenal event. We got a lot of comedians, complimentary food. It's going to be great music. Y'all join me at the Hidden History Museum. Go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. What's up, miss?
Hi, how are you?
I am good, miss. Where are you from?
I'm born in Canada, but my father is Kenyan and my mother is Jamaican.
Oh, cool. So do you live in Canada now? You live here?
I live in Canada, but I work in the U.S. and I live part-time in the U.S.
Oh, cool. What kind of work you do in the U.S.?
I am a creative director and a makeup artist.
Oh, cool. You work on movie sets, videos?
I work mainly with magazines. I do a little bit of movie, but mainly magazines and photo shoots and with the fashion weeks that are done in the U.S.
Great. There it is. All right. Well, thank you so much, beloved. Thank you, dear.
So I was just...
I guess she had something else to say. I should have... Hop back up. You about to say something else, dear? Okay. Hop back up, and if you had more to say, you'll sound like you're about to say something else. All right. She said she looked like she's about to say something else. I didn't mean to cut her off. All right. Let me get you back up, love. You're about to say something. All right. Hop back on. You're about to say something. And hop on camera, Miss Muchacha.
I'm not camera ready right now. I'm just lounging.
There
you know, I'm just lounging. I'm going through some stuff here. But one thing I did want to say is because I have a lot of family in the US, and one thing that I really feel is that the FBA or African American community should come together and try to start their own political group. Because I really feel that there's enough power in the US amongst the Black people, as well as other people that may feel that they have the same kind of politics in mind, for y'all to start your own party. And this is just from me looking from the inside out. Right. And I really feel, even with the election of Obama, and you can see the numbers that were brought in. If there was somebody that was really going to fight for reparations, if there was somebody that was truly going to fight and not be leaned by money or any other kind of agenda, I really feel that if there was a party, that it would win. And that is just me looking from the inside out. This is from me living part-time in America, working in America, and seeing the influence from the outside in. And I really feel that sometimes I feel that a lot of FBAs, a lot of African Americans, because you're in the middle of the mix, you don't see how much power you have and how much influence you have across the entire nation. You know, we're not going to go into like international, but across the entire nation. And I really feel that if you look at Republicans, it's very much in your face where they don't, align a lot of the times. Also, I'm not Republican, Democrat, anything. And just from the outside looking in, if you look right now with the last survivor of Black Wall Street, with her, it was Biden who rejected her from getting reparations.
Right.
So from my standpoint, nobody is good. And from my standpoint, FBA African Americans need to come together and have some kind of unity to push yourself forward. Because if you're behind anybody else, nobody else is going to work for you or fight for you
Hold on.
as
Let me
hard.
ask you this. Let me hold on.
Yep.
Let me ask you this. Now, when you say FBA and African American,
Well, that's for me. Okay, so I know there's a difference. So for me, it's what you guys decide. I'm just saying that. And when it comes to reparations, that's FBA. Because I understand that African American, you can still be born in America, but have parents or grandparents from somebody else. You don't deserve reparations. Reparations are for those who endured chattel slavery and any descendants of that. And that's why I was saying with something like Black Wall Street, where we had the last survivor, that is in your face, tangible evidence. For Biden to turn that down and not give her reparations from the outside looking in, that's disgusting. And that's for me why I feel there is nobody. If you look at even Bernie Sanders, yes, he marched for civil rights, but he as well says he doesn't believe in reparations. And I believe the number one thing should be reparations, as well as other communities and other factors. And it's not just for African Americans. It's for anybody who believes in that. The same way that anybody who believed in what Obama saw, even though he didn't see for African Americans, I feel that people would also follow that as well. I feel like sometimes when I say it online, when I speak to people, I feel like I get a kind of a 50-50 where some people agree and some people say it's never going to happen. But I really feel that it is something that, Americans, Black Americans, the whole group, whatever group you guys want to decide to lead that, I really believe that you guys should. And from the outside looking in, it is possible. It is 100% possible in my eyes. So I just wanted to say that.
all right. Well, thank you so much, dear. Thank you. I have no idea what she was talking about, family. I don't know what she was talking about at all. I was so lost. I know y'all were lost too. I'm like, what is she talking about? Somebody said she made a lot of what was she saying? I don't know what she was talking about, to be honest. I'm just kind of letting it play out, so possibly a point could be made. Okay, so who said she made points? Hop on, translate what she said. Give me the Cliff Notes. If you think, okay, if she said something that made sense, hop in and give me the Cliff Notes. I do not know what she's talking about, to be honest. Okay, I got that. We should have.
I got an opinion about it.
Yo, hold on, Lottie. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna get you, Lottie.
you.
But no, they're talking about she made some good points. Get up here and explain what them points were. Give me the Cliff Notes, because it was like she kept saying Foundation Black American and African American need to do this, and voting this, and then Obama that, and okay. Lottie, go ahead, Lottie. What was your opinion on what she had to say, brother?
The key word was Canada. That's North America. She's in and out of the U.S. Let me see if I can squeeze a backdoor play in there. That's what I feel that it really was, because she kept putting the foot down with the African American and Black American. We already are doing the organization of the FBA front. It's a wave that's going.
Yes.
So I feel that North America thing was kind of a let me test the waters and see if I'm accepted a bit. That's just my take. I'm gonna land on that.
There you go, my brother. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, we know that we need to unite and African American and foundational Black Americans. Okay. Oh, you keep drilling that little talking point home. Where you trying to go with that? What is that? What is that? We standing on FBA business right now. Hey, Kenya, Obama, yeah, that's a dirty word around these streets. All right. Yeah, when you bring up Obama, well, everybody defense mechanisms go up. Yeah, that's not a name you want to throw around these days. All right. That ain't a name you don't really want to throw that name around. Hey, you bust up in here for? My wife walked in here like a fucking Terminator. Actually, I thought it was a cat burglar. Oops. Oh, she said Obama wasn't for us. Okay. All right. I agree. I agree. She's telling me to get off the phone with y'all. She's like, you still on this damn live? Man. But anyway, let me get up out of here, y'all. Let me get up out of here. Y'all go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen, hiddenhistorymuseum.com. And I'm up out of here, guys. Put your kute love to the family.
I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. Yeah. I need some more work on me tonight. I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. Yeah. I need some more work.
Okay, so I wanted to provide some context for you guys. This is of a young black disabled man who's about to be pulled over for not having driver license plates. So, as you see right here, there's a person who doesn't have license plates at all. The guy in front of him is about to make an improper lane change, not even turning section of the lane. So now the police department that's actually about to pull him over is the infamous corrupt Aurora police. Stay tuned and find out what happens next.
Ain't no motherfucking way you just pulled me over and you just seen him. Ain't no fucking way. Yeah, we going to court. I'm taking your ass to court. Ain't no fucking way you just fucking pulled me over and you just seen him. Ain't no fucking way you. Do your shit. Do your shit. Could you please not do that? My hands is up. You see me? I'm right here. I have a cane. I'm disabled.
Two officers are pointing guns at him as we speak.
My hands is up. Can you reach in here? It's right here. I haven't reached for it. My hands are up.
Put your hand on your face. Wait till we get one more car here.
Y'all both really gotta point that shit at me. I'm literally crippled. I got a cane right here. I literally told you where it's at. No, I can't walk. I'm going to sue the shit out of y'all.
What disability do you have? Sir. Sir. What's your name?
Y'all got guns pointed at me, man. I'm scared as shit.
Immediately confrontation.
I have a back disability. I have a mental disability. I'm just sitting here.
What is your physical disability?
I can't walk. I can't walk. I need my cane to walk. I've asked y'all so many times to stop pointing this at me. I've told you I'm literally compliant. I haven't moved. I haven't flinched.
I appreciate you telling me about your gun.
And you just sitting here got this motherfucker ready to hit me. That's crazy.
Okay. Reach down and turn the car off.
I don't want to move nowhere.
Your right hand.
Please no. Please no. No, no. It's right here in my pocket. It's right here in the hoodie. Just please reach in there and grab it so they can get these things off of me. I done said it so many fucking times. Please just reach in there and grab it. It's right here. Grab it off of me. It's in the pocket. Can you tell him to get his gun off me?
Well, that's what we make this safe.
Oh, I promise to God, I'm suing the shit out of all y'all, dude.
What's your name, my man?
I'm not saying shit. I just want my lawyer. I want y'all to do what y'all gotta do. Tell him to get that fucking gun off me. Tell him to get that fucking gun off of me.
You can't walk?
No, I can't fucking walk.
Now, this is when I pull up to the scene with my footage.
$40078. Searching somebody's car. All right, hold on. $32202. 32217. This Aurora cop doesn't even have a front license plate. Wonder why that is. Chicago hat. I think this is probably gang unit. And the back, like that real quick. Alpha, Quebec, Foxtrot, Delta 18. Across the street. I'm gonna get a better view. And I am allowed to be on the median. So they try some slick shit. Right near Colfax and Dallas. Better view. What's going on? What's up?
Can you just stay by that pole for me?
I'm standing right here.
Just stay right there for me.
Well, you don't have any. Who are you?
I'm on some Campbell.
Give me your card, please.
I'll come talk to you after
You look. You must be a rookie. You must be a rookie. You're a rookie, aren't you? Hey, I want a card and an incident number. So I'm gonna stand right here because I'm allowed to stand right here. Right here. I want a card. Card. Right now. Hey guys, share this. This might get a little interesting. Might get a little interesting. Hey. You don't tell me where the fuck to stand. You don't tell me where the fuck to stand. I stand where the fuck I want to stand. I have a lawful right to stand here. You're gonna get yourself in trouble, rookie. The time is 4:31. MLH is on his way. All right, y'all. So what's the be a traffic stop? I don't know what the traffic stop consists of, but they came flying down the street. Like a bat out of hell. Somebody better get to writing me a goddamn card and giving me a incident number. And he also denied me a card, so I'm definitely going to get a card from him. So that's going to be on the jacket. Damn, rookie. They didn't tell you about me, huh? Uh-huh. Man, he just blabbing his mouth, man. Shut up. Do not talk to these guys. These guys are not your... Look, y'all, when you are dealing with PD, do not talk to them. You have a Fifth Amendment right from self-incrimination. And you have that right to remain silent. Especially when your attorney's not around. I gotta remember that, man. This dude is over here singing like a bird. I don't know what's going on, but like, the Fifth Amendment is a real thing. All right, so. Looks like he has a cane right there. I don't know. So it looks to be possibly disabled. So we're gonna keep a close eye. Share if you care. Opened up this man's trunk, went all through his car. Okay, he's going back in his car, say, hello, that incident number and everything. Also, real quick, I need that officer with the Chicago hat. I need your card.
Yeah, you got it, brother.
Don't ever tell me where to stand ever in your life.
Just make sure you use the crosswalk.
Well, just make sure you go kiss somebody's ass. You little bitch.
I see you walking up on me.
You got a card?
Brother? Yes, sir.
All right.
There you go, my man.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night, man. Have a
You
good
too.
weekend. Stay safe out here.
All right, you too. Don't violate anybody's rights.
I hear you, man.
All right, because I'll get you. Hey, brother, you okay? I'm a cop watcher. You all right? I got your back. Hey, do not, I repeat, I'm saying this for your safety. Do not talk to them, ever. You have a Fifth Amendment right. You hear me? A Fifth Amendment right. And did you give them permission to search your car?
No, I did.
You have a right to sue.
And that's what I was gonna say, because like I said, that nigga pulled me over. It was me and another car in the lane like that. We was driving.
Is this gang unit?
I don't know who it is. I'm not even from here, brother. I've only been down here for 3 years. I ain't never been in trouble down here.
Okay.
I said, it was me and another car. Another car had no tags on. I know that bitch ass nigga seen that shit.
Okay.
He was right here. That motherfucking car did a U-turn from that lane.
Okay.
It did a U-turn right there in the street.
Right.
Cop let that nigga go. Then he gonna boot me. I was like, bro, I know you just seen that nigga with no license plate do a U-turn from the middle of the street all the way over here. You ain't gonna stop him, but you gonna go fuck with the nigga with the charger.
Right.
We both ain't have on no tags.
Okay.
That's okay. So I got that shit on camera. I literally got that motherfucker on camera doing that, and you gonna boot me. I was like, that don't make no fucking sense.
Let me have you pull over right here. Let me give you my information.
Hell
I got lawyers on deck. Okay? I got your back. All right?
And this is the reason why I record, because of situations like this. Because if I wasn't there, things could have got really ugly. And I don't know if this man would have been able to live through this experience.
All right, y'all. He's safe.
You know, a lot of conversation, Black immigrants that would say, you guys, I don't know what happened. You guys are being, them folks. Some of y'all are being divisive. What happened, with Black America. But, really, if you really want to think about it, you're trying to say more one is actually more so on the other side when you talk about being divisive. And we're going to get into why we're using the term divisive. Now this sister had kind of pointed out that, you have, Black immigrants that don't want to acknowledge some of the things, and not just Black immigrants, but we could say all immigrants that come to America, but we only going to kind of put some of our focus on the Black ones for just obvious reasons. But let's go ahead and check that out.
Across this app, I keep seeing people ask Black Americans, what have immigrants ever done to you? So here's the truth, because we are not going to keep pretending immigrants are automatically innocent just because supremacy is the big harm to the Black American community. Not every immigrant, not only immigrant, and not always with intent. Measurable harm has happened. Economically, many employers have chosen immigrant labor at lower wages instead of hiring Black workers at fair wages. That choice has reduced opportunities for Black workers in the job sectors where we have historically been concentrated. That is a harm. Politically, as immigrant populations grew, major parties shifted their promises, their attention, and resources toward new voting blocs. The Black agenda has been repeatedly deprioritized as politicians calculate numbers rather than loyalty. That is harm. Culturally, Black American creativity has been used globally as a resource, while Black Americans are erased as origin. At the same time, many immigrants adopt negative stereotypes about Black Americans when they arrive because they learn quickly that distancing from us provides social benefits in this system. The pattern is the same across multiple cities. Long-standing Black neighborhoods lost their population share and cultural control as new communities with greater economic leverage moved in. Gentrification and repopulation and both resulted in Black displacement. That is a harm. Socially, immigrants did not enter a neutral landscape. They entered a country with an existing racial order that rewards those who rise above Black Americans, whether conscious or not. Many participated in that reward structure. This conversation is treated like a taboo is because Black Americans are allowed to blame supremacy but not allowed to contribute. That is not hate, xenophobia. That is not jealousy. It is displacement layered on top of sacrifice. And everyone else arrived and benefited from that foundation. And when we say protect our share, protect our identity, we do not get to decide. That is a harm. And has always been asked is simple. Acknowledge the part you play in continuing the harm, whether you meant to or not. This has always been about accountability and acknowledgement.
Well, to piggyback off of what this sister is saying and saying that when immigrants start coming more and more numbers who are, whether they from the Caribbean or whether they're from the African continent, a lot of Black Americans can say, hey, man, that's our brothers. That's our sisters coming over. We happy they're here. And a lot of Black Americans were on Pan-Africanism. And when Black Americans went in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, Black America, everybody joke about, like, what's wrong with them? Why are they doing that? And why they say they're not Black? Well, what is that about? You know what I'm saying? And for years, a lot of Black Americans didn't understand the tribalism that's in these countries, how being a part of a different tribe, things that we didn't even think about or understand. In the midst of them separating themselves, they got with the folks, a lot of them, talking down on Black Americans on these jobs, snitching on Black Americans, try to get in from their community, right? How many times have Black Americans have seen this? So if a job supposed to pay 20, they're bringing economic harm happens to Black Americans. Because these companies do not want to pay for labor. On top of that, some of them feel they're better than Black Americans. They come way over here and start all over again, but yet some of them feel that they're actually better than Black Americans. They have the nerve to open their mouth and say they're more successful than Black Americans in the area of buying power. It's not enough. It's only a couple of million of them versus 43 million Black Americans. Ain't no way you're doing better. Ain't no way. And what do you find is doing better? Getting a job. That's doing better. Buying a normal thing. So, I got a business. You know how many Black Americans got businesses? I'm a Black American. I got them. So you're not, what are you doing that's so special that Black Americans have not done? What? You became a American lawyer. What have you done? I mean, it's not like you started any kind of institutions like a HBCU. You know, what hospitals are you setting up or have tried to set up? I mean, it's like, how are you so much better? And even if you were, quote unquote, better, right? You were better. For the simple fact that you got to say that you're better means that you're not. Because people that's better, they don't talk about it. And the fact is, you should never separate yourself. Now you look at what's going on now, and now you're in the crosshairs of Trump. And because you're in the crosshairs of Trump, now you need some of that good Pan-Africanism. And what's happened because you chose to separate yourself. You chose to say, I'm going over here. I don't want to be dealing with you Black Americans. TV shows, that BS excuse that I would never accept. Now that you need Black America to assist you with dealing with white supremacy, now you're on your own. And that is the biggest mistake that a lot of you have made. You thought that you could separate yourself from Black America, try to get a lot of us fired on jobs, snitching on us to the white man on the job, so you can bring your people in, and all these other names that we have been called, and did not think the day will come where you would need Black America. See, my grandmother always told me, be careful, because you never know you may need. And that's one of those moments. Right now, y'all need Black America. A whole lot of people need Black America right now. And Black America is saying, no, you got it. You're on your own. You're better. You're more successful. But go show them good white people how better you are. Go show ICE how successful you are. Go show them. Remember, we was a beads and a Jareers and all that. We was all those names, right? So go to ICE how much better you are than us. And you did play a role because you was keeping up division. You know, it's interesting that when Black Americans delineate, that's divisive, but it wasn't divisive when you were trying to get a Black American fired from their job so you can bring your people in. That wasn't your better. That was divisive. You know what I'm saying? It's only divisive when we prioritize ourselves. That's divisive. No, that's people that want to exploit you. And I'm sorry, exploitation don't work. And I'm not saying it's all brothers and sisters who are immigrants. No, it's not all. It's not all. It's definitely not all. Of course, it's not all. But for the ones who did that, now I've had some say, hey, man, my parents came over. They did that mess. You know, but I'm not on it. I grew up here. I don't know nothing about it. Yeah, I'm Senegalese because my parents, but man, I'm more Black American than Senegalese, you know, and you got some first generation, you know, Black immigrants that say that to you, right? They were born here. Some of them didn't even disagree with their parents. Say, man, my parents on some BS. My parents ain't even in the trenches like that. They don't even know. I'll talk to them. So that's not the people I'm even talking about. I'm talking about a lot of times them parents that came here, the ones that first just come here, thinking separate myself. I'm gonna get a benefit from white, and that's the role that they played. And they look at these African brain shop videos. One of the main one that was arrested behind grabbing the woman's hair. There was a video come out of her audio saying how she don't even like Black Americans' hair and getting paid though. We haven't done the thing to anybody. We ain't went to nobody's homeland and bombed them. We didn't try the country. We haven't done. And yet, you know, it's kind of like, well, like Denzel Training Day. You gonna do this to me? Like that's the attitude that a lot of us have because we didn't do you nothing. And I will stand on that all day long. We didn't do nobody anything. We opened our arms. We wanted to practice some Pan-Africanism, but y'all didn't. Maybe next time, the next immigrants that come in, you'll tell them, hey, man, don't come over here doing that. You better go talk to the FBAs. You better go break bread with them, make peace with them, and work with them because you start dividing from them. And when we have a problem, they're gonna be like, nah, you good. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no way I would immigrate to an African country and like, oh, I don't want to fool the Africans. What kind of crap is that? Why would I move to an African country? I don't want to fool with the Africans of that country. That's like moving to South Africa and say, oh, I don't want to deal with the Black South Africans. I don't want to deal with them. What? Why would you move somewhere you don't want to deal with Black people? That's stupid. But that's the issue. And that's that accountability that this sister was talking about. That accountability. But let me know what y'all think about, you know, what this sister is saying. Because you know, yeah, they gotta have some accountability. That's the only way anything can be fixed. You cannot fix any kind of relationship unless you're being accountable of what the issue is. Because all this pointing at us, y'all divisive. Y'all what y'all have done in this country. Siding with the folks. That's what we talking about. But until you're ready to acknowledge that and say, hey man, let's fix it, you're gonna still have an issue.
Are hoping to shed light on an issue impacting their business and their lives. They believe their story with your reporter in Denver, Kirsten Roth.
A shocking scene inside a Denver apartment. Drug paraphernalia, feces, and garbage. Christina Eisenstein invited our cameras into a unit that was just vacated. Her mother-in-law owns the apartment complex in Capitol Hill. She took over managing the property back in September, and a few weeks later reached out to CBS Colorado for help.
It's been an apocalyptic situation for my family.
She's highlighting what she calls a long and costly journey with tenants placed by the the previous property management company allowed CEDP to place clients in 5 of the 18 units. Concerns of health and safety followed, which she says she presented to the CEDP.
So this bride, she told the city council a few weeks ago, and was telling her story about this apartment complex, and then some of the residents showed up like a week or two ago to city council to talk about this too. I'm telling my queue was completely out of order. Hold on, I'm gonna just end it here. I'm coming in after this video and come back tomorrow with a continuation because my queue was completely out of order.
That they have to endure as paying tenants as these actual emails from their email, not something I created, not something I invented in my head.
The CEDP helps renters who receive vouchers from the state. The voucher programs help people who can't afford housing due to circumstances, including homelessness, a disabling condition, and extremely low income. However, participants must meet certain requirements and follow these rules. Eisenstein says she expressed concerns to the CEDP about several issues, including drug use, which violates the tenant's housing voucher contract.
And then the economic defense blew off and, oh, it's hearsay.
The CEDP is one of 44 organizations that administers voucher programs in Colorado. The state says it pays CEDP an average of $36,000 per month in administrative fees. CEDP is expected to act as a liaison between the landlords or property management and households to assist with conflict resolution. They declined an interview, but provided CBS Colorado with this statement. As a nonprofit administering public programs, we prioritize health and safety, but we need timely, verified information to assess any claims and take action. Over the past 2 months, Christina Eisenstein has refused to promptly and formally document her allegations, making it impossible for our team to respond to her concerns. Programs that serve vulnerable Coloradans only work when everyone engages in good faith. However, Eisenstein says she sent many emails, phone calls, and even invited the CEDP to the property to review surveillance video from cameras she had to install to document safety risk posed by their clients.
I was hoping for a partnership, and what I've experienced from their emails is just a denial of what we're seeing.
We settled tenants who asked to keep their identities concealed. All expressed concerns for their safety, living next to tenants faced by CEDP.
We would have people like knocking and jiggling our door handle. Over the summer, it was really bad. It's been a lot of noise issues and complaints, definitely domestic violence. We've called the police on them a few times.
Eisenstein also shared documents with CBS Colorado showing multiple apartments with CEDP clients testing positive for meth during a preliminary assessment. The cost for testing and subsequent remediations, she says, is tens of thousands of dollars per unit.
Because then we have to take down the studs, and then that just takes apartments off the market.
Out of the 5 units that had CEDP clients in them, 2 now remain. However, Eisenstein says 1 is under active eviction for suspected drug use, noise violations, and
for more insight and more thoughtfulness to go into true programs to support the audience that it claims to support. I think that there needs to be a situation with true wraparound services.
In-depth, Kirsten Roth covering Colorado First.